Gotta shake off some of this rust, because it's been a little over a month at this point since the last stream from very end of 2025, so I guess I can officially say Happy New Year, everybody, at the end of January. We're back to streaming. It's been a bit, as I just said, but honestly, probably good I took that long of a break. I needed that break going off of the very end of 25, because the end of that year was very chaotic. We had a lot of big projects last year in general, between streams, videos, and such. So I'm glad to be back to streaming now. A lot has happened since I took that break, so I kind of just want to take a little bit of the time in the beginning of the stream just to catch up with everybody and just talk about some stuff. We're going to be playing some stuff tonight. I'm going to be using tonight as a little bit of a sampler night. I got a couple different games lined up because a lot happens when you're taking a break from things in a month, because it seems like everything released in January in terms of either big updates to stuff or fan projects, ports of games, like you name it, it's out. There's a lot that happened apparently, so I got a lot to catch up on, it seems. Hey there, Matt. How you doing? Hopefully you had a good start to your year so far, because again, it's been a bit, but this is the first stream of 2026 coming back. And we're starting things strong, I will say, because like I said, tonight we're going to be sampling some stuff, and I think I'm going to start with the big one tonight with a game on the Switch. I wanted to check out that Donkey Kong update, so I'm just going to play for a couple minutes. There's some PC ports that came out, between some recompiled and decompiled ports, I'll be checking that out, and just kind of catching up with people, because it's been a while. Crap, dude, being sick. Yeah, hopefully you're going to be feeling better soon, excuse me. We've talked in between my break, obviously, so I know that, yeah, you just got sick over the weekend from what you told me, and it's been kicking your butt. The weather's not helping. I mean, it's been cold here. I normally don't have to dress up more, but it's like today has hit like a record low in Florida to a point now we had to go outside and wrap our pipes. We haven't had to do that in a few years, just to make sure they don't destroy themselves in the cold. So I get the cold also making people feel like crap too. So hopefully you recover soon. Just in general, wishing you the best. Just checking some things here. It's been a bit. I'm also using a different version of OBS too. So I'm making sure some stuff works here. I had to tweak some stuff during the break because of the upgrade. And there's a lot of things that upgraded during that time too, because I don't think I should have to worry too much anymore about stressing internet to stream at this point. And there's a big reason why. I can show... I want to be careful how much I show, because the thing has a private information on the box, so I'm going to see what I can do here. But I want to showcase something with my camera feed. Is it this one? Oh, no, that's game. Again, it's going to be a little bit of rust to start this. Okay, here we go. Phone webcam. This should be the right one. I got muted because I forgot the thing had the audio still on. I think one of the last times I used the camera. So I actually got rid of something. Oh, wow, you can't even see it with this. Yeah, I got rid of something over there. This used to be where my router was, because got some new equipment over there in the corner. That's as much as I want to show, because there's actual MAC address on the one box, and I don't want to show that. But yeah, I've been asking for this for I don't know how many years from different companies to install some fiber internet in this area, and it actually happened after, I would like to say, 3 years, maybe closer to 4 years of being sandwiched between like 3 different ISPs of fiber. Finally got it in this area, which is a big deal. So now streams, literally no problem. I'm barely using any of my upload speed, which is fantastic. I can now upload videos way faster, so this is going to be good for, obviously, the VOD channel, getting VODs up quicker. Same for just YouTube work in general. I can get videos up in just a matter of minutes now, which is insane of how fast it is. So, for me, this is making my life easier. And I can also send files to other people, too, which has really been good for stuff like the LPR League. We've had a lot more stuff over the past couple months on the LPR League posted. And a lot of that's like a group effort. I've been a lot more hands-off with the channel in the past, like year, 2 years, and it's been really good to be able to do that, to focus on these bigger projects. Especially now that I can actually give files to my friends in a matter of minutes. Because that's so much better. Like, let's just show you guys exactly what we were working with. So, this was my old speed right here, right? I'm just gonna make it a little bit bigger, put it down here. Tiny bit smaller because it's a little too big. And a little bigger. There you go. You'll get the point by seeing that. So this was with my old plan. I had, for about 20 years, this house had cable internet. So this is the most we were able to pull in this area. 900 downloads, really good, but 41 upload. For reference sake, right now, if I look at my computer's task manager, I'm streaming with half, actually a little bit more than half of what that upload used to be. My peak right now in sending data seems to be about 25 megabit per second, and that's going to Twitch and YouTube. And that's just at 1080p. When I was streaming at 1440p for those brief moments we tried that, last year, I was definitely right at that ceiling. I think I was like 1 megabit away from hitting the 40. So if I streamed at any higher quality, I would literally be unable to stream if I was doing the 1440p stuff. It was insane. So cable internet just does not have enough upload speed. It's due to like the physical connection of the coax cabling itself. It can only pull so much data from the line. So companies usually focus on doing download first, give you as much download as possible, because who uses upload? Everybody. Everybody uses upload. You just don't know it half the time. If you're playing games, if you're doing remote work or video calling with like Discord or Zoom and such, you're using upload. And these companies just don't really think of that in their marketing, but the fiber companies think of that. And just memorize these numbers really quick, because that's current speeds. Night and day difference. Night and day. I was able to send over... How much was it? It was over 100 gigs of video files the other day to someone. So I can like clear up some space on my computer. I'm gonna get the full amount here because I have the files open here on my recording drive. So it should be this folder. Yeah, I sent, actually, it was closer to 150 gigabytes. That took maybe half an hour at most because of this ridiculous upload speed. It's great to finally have this in the area. So needless to say, projects this year gonna have a world of possibilities opened up to me, because this is gonna make things a lot easier, both in terms of streaming and just video stuff, because that means I could just do more in general, which is nice. It's just made things a lot easier so far for me. But again, 3 years I was sandwiched in this stuff. 3 whole years. So it's a big payoff to finally have it. It was an interesting day for the install though, because I think I should tell this story, because it was definitely a day having it installed. We had someone come out to install the new connection, because our house obviously is not wired for fiber. It just came out in the area. So they need to run a new line to your house and punch a hole into your house in general to get the fiber in. Depending on where you have to install it, obviously the process is different. But it's in my room here because I have all the equipment in this room. So game consoles on the shelving unit. I got obviously the PC here that's hardwired in. So I needed it in this room. And the guy that came in here, he did his best. Like, I'll give credit. The guy at least knew what he was doing on the install. It was pretty smooth, but that box does bother me that's on the wall, because he got it off-centered. And we told him about it during the install. It's like, it's crooked. So instead of being like this, right? This should be like flat on your wall. The guy has like this. That's not straight. Hey, can you get that box straight on the wall? Okay, sure. How about now? It's the same. Can you like move that corner up on the side? Just move that left corner up, or like, well, in this example, it's the right corner. Move the right corner up to fix it, right? Okay, sure. Just forget it. So the box is on my wall a little crooked, but it's whatever. It's like a 3-degree tilt. It's whatever. Just don't think about it when you're looking at the box. I don't care. I just don't, because I have working surface in this house. I'm not gonna nitpick about 3 degrees. But I found it funny today. The guy was installing the router on the wall, and he literally, instead of taking it and pushing it up, he just popped the thing off the wall 3 different times in the same exact orientation. He just took a screw out and put it in the same hole to try to get it to level. I don't think that's how you level. So outside of that little thing, the install was smooth. I just found that funny, and I had to share the story because it was confusing, to say the least. But, yeah, no, I did a lot also off stream. Took that time over the month just to kind of relax. I was actually planning on coming back around, what was it, the 12th? The 13th? Something like that, like mid-month. No, I think it was around like 10th, actually. It was much sooner into January, but I ended up just not coming back yet. I was going to come back for that Splatfest that happened, Splatoon 3 for the Frosty Fest stuff. It would have made sense for the new year to start off with an event like that, but I just figured I'm not ready yet. I didn't actually, after I took that break, quote unquote, from December, and I was going to be like, what, 2 weeks away, maybe 3 weeks at most. I didn't really have a break during that time because I had to work a lot. So IRL things kind of took over from the stream slots. I was exhausted. By the time I was close to the comeback date for streaming, I maybe had 2 days to myself. So I ended up taking off more of that time, which was worth it. I played more games on my own personal time. Made a new list of games I've played/beaten this year on the Blue Sky account, so you can follow the Blue Sky if you want to see some of the stuff that I've been playing in general. I post thoughts about it over on the social side. And just kind of relax, watch some movies, some shows. It was honestly a really good time to decompress. And now I feel like going into this year, we're ready to go ahead, jump back in strong. I got some projects lined up. I've already announced some of it for this week. So like I said, today's a sampler day. Tomorrow we're checking out a big Ocarina of Time ROM hack, which is very promising for the future for that game in particular. I'll explain when we play the game tomorrow in particular. And Thursday is Splatoon 3, because they actually just today announced what that update's supposed to bring. There's a big update for the game, and it actually changes a lot about the battle mode. Apparently there's like a kill streak style, like fever mode. I don't know what they called it exactly, but like when you spot an opponent, now you like ink the floor more. They nerfed some of the abilities in the game. They like rebalanced some things in general to make it a little bit more fresh of an experience, because the game is over 3 years old now. So got some big plans, and next week is the big 15-year anniversary for me making content. So I got some stuff lined up for the 15-year anniversary that I think everyone's going to look forward to. I think it's going to be very thematical for how I started making content, but at the same time, an evolution for just how I do things now. But again, talk about it because it's a special idea for a stream series, because it's going to be more than one day. I'll tell you that for what I have an idea for. So how about we start with the first big thing tonight? I want to pull up a trailer for it, because I think I'm going to start with the Donkey Kong Country Returns update. Can I just ask, how many times is Donkey Kong returning? This is the 4th time. Also, why didn't they make this an update when the game like first came out last year on the Switch is beyond me. But let me pull up the trailer so I can showcase this for you guys. This was a weird like shadow drop, and I will just say Nintendo's been doing a lot of shadow drop stuff as of late, because they did that Mario Galaxy movie direct Sunday. That was like 2 days ago, and they announced that like a day or two before it happened. Now apparently there's a Tomodachi Life direct that's happening. I don't know what the day was, I can't remember, but sometime late this week. Then they also announced the Virtual Boy stuff today, showcasing like they're bringing a game that was never released on the Virtual Boy to the service, like some F-Zero game. So apparently there's like a lot of news this week just from the big end. It's not even just them, but I know that's a lot of like the big stuff that, yeah, my community obviously cares about, because a lot of us here, we like Nintendo in this house. Let's see, where's the latest trailer? I'm only getting the trailers that came out from like a year ago, which was just basically, hey, here's the game for a 3rd time, but I want the new content. Here we go, free update. This is the trailer. And I want to turn that down because immediately it blasts my ears, so it's too loud. Put it down to like 20. Alright. So we're going to start with this tonight. So let me get the scenes all situated here. I still wonder about that too, Matt. While I'm on the page, I think I'll pull up that trailer too. But yeah, the Virtual Boy thing is weird because I think they're still requiring people to buy either like the plastic headset or the cardboard one to play Virtual Boy in general on the Switch, and I think that's the most anti-consumer move you can make. But they also announced that they're supposed to do like other colors. Again, I'll show the trailer after this and explain more of my thoughts there. So there's speculation now. Maybe you can play the Virtual Boy without the headset. Or maybe you do, but we just don't know. They're not telling us in the trailer. So people are making assumptions. We won't know until it's out, but it so far still seems like you need the headset. I'm not going to bother with Virtual Boy if you need a headset, because I'm not buying either physical one, like a plastic thing, or the cardboard just to play games I'm probably not going to care about.
A free update is...
Oh, that was not the key I was supposed to do. So again, I haven't streamed in a month, so I guess I'm going to have some fun technical things to work out. I'm trying to turn down the volume, and I somehow changed 2 scenes. That's impressive. I just want to turn that down a click. All right, let's watch this for real.
A free update is coming to the Donkey Kong Country Returns HD game.
So this is the first thing we're checking out.
Kong is here to join the adventure.
This is the thing I just don't understand why it didn't come out with Donkey Kong Country Returns when it first released last year on the Switch. They add Dixie Kong from Tropical Freeze into Returns now. This is in a free update, mind you. So you don't have to pay for this. This is just included in the game. Now this feels like a worthwhile version of the game because of a new character. But there's some speculation as to why this came a year later. So I'm just going to let the trailer play out more. But this is the big thing that was added. A brand new character.
While jumping, she can give Donkey Kong a boost. Use her ponytail to reach new heights or travel further.
I will say, from what I've heard so far, Dixie Kong does break open certain levels, because now you can make jumps that you normally were never able to make, as both Donkey and Diddy Kong, even combined. So, this is going to be huge for speedrunners, I can only imagine.
You can also split the pair in 2-player local co-op. Plus...
There's this mode too, that was added.
Race through fast-paced versions of each level at high speed in Turbo Attack.
So, we're going to try this. This is why I'm just going to be sampling this tonight. When I first seen this in the trailer, this Turbo Attack mode, I'm not going to lie, this looks horrendous. This looks near unplayable. And I've seen people already play this mode and say that they cannot actually get through levels because it's just so fast, it's hard to control. So I think this is a cool novelty, but I don't know who asked for this. It's neat, it's a new mode in the game, so I guess you can't really complain because it's part of a free update. I just wonder how playable it is. So that's another thing we'll be checking out. Turbo mode, where the game looks like it's playing in 5 times speed. At least, maybe even more.
You'll need to act fast to reach the goal within the time limit. Nintendo Switch 2 players can enjoy enhanced resolution and higher definition graphics.
There's also the enhanced visuals thing, as they're mentioning. It does look a lot better. So I think the game now is natively running in 4K compared to 1080p. So it's going to look cleaner. If you're playing in handheld, you're probably not going to notice too much of a difference, but I think now it goes from 720p to 1080 on the handheld side. So again, just cleaner.
Load times are also faster.
There's also this I wish I had when I was doing that stupid hard mode playthrough last year. These loading times are significant. Because the loading times were the worst part about Returns HD.
Game share is supported, so if one player has the game, they can share it locally with someone who doesn't have it. The free update for Donkey Kong Country Returns HD is available now.
So yeah, this was just shadow dropped on a random Tuesday, January 20th. So thanks Nintendo. Why? All right, I guess I'm playing Donkey Kong today. Like, that's how people felt about this. It just kind of happened. But I will just ask, I'm going to see it myself. They say in the trailer game sharing is only available in local play. Does this support online as well? Because if the game share functionality works with online functionality like Donkey Kong Bonanza, then that means you can play this online with friends, which would be huge, but I don't know if that's the case. A lot of game shares are kind of hit or miss if they do that or not. But I can't imagine that would be a great way of playing the co-op in a precise platformer. It's nice to have. A little redundant for a game with local co-op to be playing on like 2 different handhelds, but now it's mimicking how like the 3DS handled it with download play. So I think it's a neat idea. But I would be curious to see if that works online. So that's the big stuff. Dixie Kong, the game got a visual overhaul, and also loading times are fixed. Turbo mode, and game share. These are the big things that they added to the game, so interested to see how it plays. Now, in terms of the other news, like I said, I'm going to look at it before we boot up the system. I'm not going to watch the whole trailer because it is almost 4 minutes. So that's a little much. But I'm just going to let it play out. Because they talk about the launch lineup here. I just want to see if I can get like a picture of it or something. No, I guess I'll look up a picture. Make it easier. But it seems like, what is it, 10 games at launch? And it's like half of the US library, something like that. And we're getting it on February 17th. So it's only in like a few weeks, which is pretty big. So we got Galactic Pinball, 3D Tetris, Teller Boxer. I think I've seen this once before. Let's see. Virtual Boy Warrior Land. This seems to be the flagship game for the system. This is the game most people talk about to talk about Virtual Boy. Mansion of Innsmouth. Looks like a dungeon crawler style horror game. Golf. Everyone's favorite, just golf. I play it next to the NES. Golf. Red Alarm. And then they're talking about some of the things you do, like rewind, and you can view change controls. Like, it's the typical stuff they've been adding now to their services. So nothing very special on this part. I just want to now go to, this. This is the games that are coming out in 2026. Mario Clash, Jack Bros, Virtual Bowling, Vertical Force, and V Tetris. These are more games that are coming. So like I said, by the time the year ends, I think we're going to have at least half, if not more, of just the North American library on the service, which tells you right there, there's not many games on the Virtual Boy. It's like 2 digits worth of games. Very small. But the big news was this. Previous unreleased games. I'm just going to play it from here. So Zero Racers. This game never came out, and that's coming to the service. So that's one unreleased game. D-Hopper is another one. Which I've never even heard of these. And that's just some of the stuff that's coming. But the big thing they also said, this is where people aren't sure if we need to actually have the headsets or not, because you can change the screen colors to all these different colors, kind of like a Game Boy game on a Game Boy Color. This is the part people are now speculating. You remove the lens cover to use this feature, which means it's not going to work on the cardboard model specifically. But the fact you move the lens and now you get like different colors, that's almost making you think, so are they just going to be emulating how the screen setup works for the cardboard so that you can possibly use it on a TV? Maybe they'll just like make a version that's a 2D display so you can play it on a TV. Because having these headsets just to play your online library is stupid. So now people are speculating because of this removing lens cover feature. Maybe there's more that they haven't told us yet about the Virtual Boy, because they never announced this when they first announced the Virtual Boy lineup in one of the Nintendo Directs from last year. I'm hopeful. I just have a feeling Nintendo's probably not going to budge on needing this little peripheral piece. So if you want to play Virtual Boy without some weird headset to give you a headache, you're probably still needing to use some kind of third-party emulation solution. Just don't tell Big M because they get upset. So, still a weird service, no matter what. No matter how you're talking about on that thing. I'm skeptical on how the Virtual Boy is going to launch, since they're very gimmicky little push on this headset. It makes me kind of worried. Alright, but let's go ahead. I need to get the game for Donkey Kong Country Returns here, and I also do need to update it too. Let me start the update first, because that's going to take a minute. There we go. Because by the time that's done, then I should be almost ready to go. Well, to be fair, it's going to take a little bit of time. I may have faster internet. The Switch still caps out on how fast it downloads stuff. Way faster than the original model, but the Switch 2 is still not as fast as like a PS5 or an Xbox Series in my experience for downloads. It's close, but not the same. Let me get the game put in the system as it's downloading. I guess we'll see how many times this game can return, because this is now the 4th time. I hope it's the final time, because I'm kind of annoyed at that. As it's updating, though, I am going to take this opportunity to talk about one thing they never mentioned in that trailer. So I can do it now before it actually gets patched out. And I'm not going to miss these loading times. Holy crap. I almost want to time those, but I'll use my old stream series to time the loading. I'm not going to bother with now. So I'm going to just use the original mode that we played through at the end of last year for the whole mirror mode, hard mode run. We'll use this as our basis. Alright, so I'm just going to go first level of the game. For one, the loading times are abysmal here, which are gonna get fixed, thankfully. I don't know about how much for the cartridge, because I think when Nintendo's showing off loading time differences, I think they're using digital copies of their games. That's what it seems like, at least to me. So I have a physical copy. That might mean the loading will still be a little long in some cases, but we'll find out by how much. I forgot also, I need to go into 2-player. This is the whole reason why I'm booting the game as it's updating. Because I'm still downloading as we're showcasing this. This is why it works out. I do need to turn on second controllers here for this. Alright, add player 2. There we go, confirm. And now let's go back in the level. Also, while this is going now, let me update the stream information. How do I get the monkey back on my back? There we go. I just gotta use the ZR button for that. So I want to take this opportunity while the game is updating to talk about a really dumb thing about this game. So I did not mean to jump on back. So in co-op in particular, how the Wii version works is very different from how the 3DS version of Donkey Kong Country Returns works. There's some frame data differences that actually breaks co-op in 3D, and the Switch version is based on the 3D version. So, to explain it, it's best if I showcase. So I'm going to run on this enemy in front of me with both Donkey and Diddy, and there's immediately going to be a problem. I say that as I almost got like perfect hits, so I guess that was a bad example. To be fair, there's this enemy up ahead, so I could just use him. It's hard to do with 2 different controllers and 2 different hands, that's why. Okay, that was a little bit more obvious. So, in the Wii version, you had, I think it was what, like 20 frames? to attack an enemy after someone else attacks it. It made it so that in co-op, if player 1 hits an enemy, player 2 can still jump off that same enemy. It makes it easier for you to do platforming stuff in general. So the K levels, for example, when you're jumping off of enemies to get to a new area, you wouldn't just have one of the players just always die. This is why this is so important to have that like little bit of lenience. But the 3D version broke this, unfortunately. And the Switch version is based on the 3DS port of Donkey Kong Country Returns. So co-op basically is broken in Country Returns HD. So when one player hits something, player 2 does not have that same luxury. Instead, they just have to either figure out something else. So in the K levels, you just had to, I guess, not play. Or you would just not do the enemy bounces as player 2. Simple as that. It's like one of the two. Either you just sit back and let your partner do all the work, or you just take alternate routes in cases like this level, for example. So it was a lot worse. We'll notice the difference once the game is fully downloaded, but they fixed the frame time data now in Country Returns for co-op, basically meaning co-op's actually playable again. They fixed it so it's like the Wii game, so you have that, like 20 frame window to jump off enemies. So now player 1 and 2 can bounce off the same enemies without worrying about falling in a pit. It sounds confusing. Watch some other videos breaking it down. I'm doing my best to explain this in a simple way, which is easier said than done. But that's one of the big things they actually fixed in this game. They didn't really mention any of the trailers, and people are very, very happy about this. There's also some graphical bugs, apparently, that was fixed in this game, too. Like, the sunset in one of the levels here in the first world, it just kind of, like, appeared and then disappeared immediately. That doesn't happen anymore in the newest update. I think some bloom effects were fixed, too. I'm not sure about one of the rocket barrel levels in World 7, because the snakes, I think, were a little screwed up, but I think that is also fixed, looking a little bit more like the Wii texturing. So, in general, this is how the game, I think, should have released last year. At least in terms of, like, the co-op and some of the graphical presentation stuff. The resolution bump, that had to happen now, I get that. But some of the texturing and, like, graphical errors, some of that feels like an oversight, because I think that this version of the game was rushed out the door, since they needed something to release last year in January. Nintendo had almost nothing lined up, so Donkey Kong just, I guess, had to come out. And then a year later, now we got all these fixes. I don't know if it was the same team that did the update or is a new team, because that sometimes happens with some of these Switch ports. Some teams actually get disbanded afterwards, and then other people pick up the work after the fact. I don't know exactly what happened with this. Heads up, new features have been added. Now player 2 can swap between Diddy and Dixie, and you can test your skills with Turbo Attack, but for advanced players only. For this, I'm going to use my actual file here, the modern mode file, I think, to test this stuff, because I'm not sure... actually, let me see really quick. I'm going to go in original just to see if you can play as Dixie in original mode. I think you can? Because I don't know if this is like a Funky Kong and Tropical Freeze situation, where you need to pick modern, because Funky's not playable otherwise. That's why I'm just trying this file. Okay, nothing out of the ordinary on this menu, so maybe I just go in the level? Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea if she's playable in original. I know she'll be playable in modern, so I'll probably just end up using the modern file. The game does look a lot crisper on Switch, too. I am playing on a 1080p monitor, so I'm not going to see like a 4K benefit, but this is technically being rendered in 4K for my system. So it does look pretty sharp. Okay, so she is playable in original mode, so I have to just wait for the barrel to swap, and then I can throw it to get Dixie Kong. So that's cool. And she plays just like how she does in Tropical Freeze. So instead of a hover ability just like Diddy has. Dixie essentially gives you a double jump. It still works as a hover, but it does give you a little bit of verticality. And because of that, I can see things like this now being possible. Yeah, I could just skip that entire background section now with Dixie. So that's cool. She also will play differently if there was water sections in this game, but yeah, there's no underwater. So unfortunately, it's really just the hover. That's the big change for this specific character. I don't really see a reason why you would ever play this now with Diddy Kong, honestly. Because the problem in Tropical Freeze for that character is the exact same thing. Dixie was always the better choice in most situations because she gives you a double jump. The hover's nice, but because it's not infinite, the hover timing between two characters is very similar. So I don't see a reason why I would ever go back to play as Diddy Kong now, honestly. I think it's very situational, maybe depending on your playstyle. Alright, but let's talk about the big one. Alright, so game share is local only. There's no game share online like with Bonanza or like some other games. I know Clubhouse 51 on Switch, I think, is online game share as well. So that's a little unfortunate. You still need to be in the same physical location to use the game share for this, so it's local co-op only no matter how you're doing it. It's neat. I would rather just put this game on a TV screen and say, let's just play with two different controllers instead of two different systems. It just feels like it's going to give you less latency. Alright, but now let's launch into the game with co-op. Donkey is always stuck as player 1, unfortunately, so player 2 actually gets the better experience getting to pick Donkey or Dixie. So we'll just pick Dixie Kong there for player 2, leave it as it is. Jump back into level. And now to showcase the big thing. That again, they didn't mention in the trailers, but it's one of the biggest fixes for this set game. The co-op. I love like all the new animations they gave Dixie here though. I don't know if all of them were from Tropical Freeze or some of them are just original now for returns. Alright, but let's break the characters apart here. And we're gonna do the bounce test again. So we're gonna have Donkey fall first, then Dixie right after. And there you go. They did fix it. So when Donkey Kong hit that enemy, Dixie was able to hit it right after. And this is the easiest way to show it, if I could just show a video clip. So right here, Donkey hits the tail end of this bird. And then right here, that little damage window shows Dixie hits the same enemy even though it's already dead. So this is the same grace period window that the Wii version has for co-op, making it so that both players can bounce off enemies roughly around the same time, giving you a little bit of this forgiveness window so it's not frame perfect like it was in the 3DS version. The Switch version had that bug, just like 3D, so co-op was nearly unplayable in certain levels. 1K is the biggest example. You were not playing 1K with the 1.0 version of Donkey Kong Country Returns here on Switch. But now with this newest version, 1.10, co-op is fixed, just like the Wii game, so now 1K is possible. That's a big deal. It seems like such a minor thing, but it really does add up, because holy crap. Co-op in this game is already hard enough because of just the nature of Donkey Kong Country Returns. This game is hard, no matter how you're playing it. So, for the co-op to be broken, just basically made it a worse way of playing. So, now we can actually say we have a definitive release of Donkey Kong Country Returns because they fixed everything. Alright, but I'm going to use my modern file for the rest of this little showcase. Let's go into one-player mode. I don't need to have these Joy-Con on anymore, so I'm going to turn them off. Like, throw them aside. And yeah, these loading times are significantly faster. Let's see. I could maybe see if I can get a video pulled up side by side of the old loading. Just see how much faster it goes. It's just going to take me a minute here, but I can probably do that. I just got to get to the... I think I'll do the original VOD, because I showcased this game when it first came out last year on the Switch, and I played the Wii version. Now, because I didn't want to hook up a Wii again, I'm not doing a side-by-side again. So I'm just gonna probably use that footage from that impression stream. Yeah, here it is. First impressions. We'll use this. And then I just gotta find... Here we go. This was the loading time. Can I just get Wii loading? Well, that'll have to be the first level again, apparently. That'd be good enough. So don't mind the scuffness here, but we're gonna scuff the heck out of this. Oh god, oh no, we're gonna really scuff if I do that. Don't do that. We just want the game window, nothing else, because what I'm gonna do is we're just gonna take the game window and we're gonna shrink it into the corner. This is the Wii version down in the corner. Just as a reminder, we get to see how much of a difference loading has been made just between the game on the Wii to this version. Again, I am playing on a cartridge. This is a reminder. I'm gonna go back and look at the Switch version after this. So let's see. Get to the tab. All right, in 3, 2, 1, go. First level here, jungle hijinks. That's 4 seconds faster on Switch now compared to the Wii game. And back then I was playing that off a hard drive, so that was best case scenario for the Wii version. That's really good. That is actually really impressive. They made this faster than playing on a hard drive from a Wii. Good. Now you don't have to wait 10 years to get into a level. Now let's do the big obvious one. Compare it to the original release, because oh dear god, that was bad. And I could do a different level for the different release. I'll use 1, 2. Let me get the VOD ready. Okay, there it is. There's the start. Rewind it a bit. Okay, this is the frame right here. All right, we're ready. So let's bring it back. So now we're going to compare how this game loads to the 1.0 version of the Switch release. So this is the version that came out last year. Again, physical release between both. So 3, 2, 1, go. That was a misfire, apparently. We have to do it again. I backed out of the menu. Man, past me doesn't know how to menu. To be fair, future me doesn't know how to menu either, so this is no different. Had you seen me change the scenes by accident before past me? Alright, let's try this again. Trying to get the exact part too is like a real pain, as you can see. Okay, we'll go from here. So, in 3, 2, 1, go! That was about 10 seconds, just getting into the level. Wow, that is really bad. Now add that up between every single level in the game. I think this update alone, just for a standard playthrough, not going for any of the bonus levels, I think that's gonna save you roughly around 30 minutes? That's really impressive. This almost feels like the same update that happened for Breath of the Wild, what was it, a year into the Switch 1's lifespan? They fixed the loading on that game too, and it's in like a similar way with a random patch one day, just like fixes most of the weirdness. So that's really, really nice to see. So that's the biggest thing for me on a casual front. This game had terrible loading. Between that and the co-op, this already makes the game just way better. Where's the one level? Yeah, Sunset Shore. I want to play this real quick, just in normal mode. I want to see the sunset, because this is the level that had the bugged sunset. No, not this one. I thought it was... I don't remember what the level's called then. But I know it's in World 1. Let me see if we can find on the VOD. So I don't jump around between levels. Oh yeah, this was it, I think, right here, right? up. Okay, it's 1-3. It's 1-3. While I'm on the VOD, let me get to that part. Okay, I got the part up. So, I'm ready. Let's go ahead and jump into it. This is one of the levels that people saw immediately there was a bug with some graphical presentation. That's why I'm going to use this as my showcase. But yeah, I'm all for Nintendo doing this more often with some of the games that have weird issues, obviously. I'm curious about what was happening behind the scenes that made Nintendo finally say, you know what? Sure. Let's give the team a second chance at getting this fixed up. Let's give Donkey Kong Country Returns the love it really needs. So this level right here was like one of the more notorious ones for some weird graphical errors, at least when the game first came out. I've seen this level shared in a lot of different videos for bugs. That sunset in the background, for whatever reason, was super bugged in the original 1.0 release of this, and that's what we had for a year. So, for reference sake, this is how it used to look. You go up, and then the sun just leaves. There's supposed to be a sun back there. Then it just goes away, and it stays like that for the remainder of the level. This is some weird, like, graphical error that really takes you out of the mood. But fast forward a year later, and now the sun is back. Such a weird little extra that's just randomly gone that honestly does make a pretty big difference in the mood. Little things like that were fixed here and there. I think it's in some patch notes that's just not fully detailed. Because how many people are going to know about a sun being brought back? So I probably just don't need to tell people directly in a patch note. I'm more curious about if we go over to Volcano. I believe it was Hot Rocket. This is the barrel level. This is the one that has the snakes. And I think this might also have gotten fixed. This was another one that was pretty notorious in some screenshots and video dives. Unfortunately, it's like halfway through the level, so I gotta play a lot of it. I will say Bloom is definitely a lot nicer here. It does feel like the level has a lot more punch in its lighting with the bloom effect, which is kind of the point for a volcano. So again, looking a little bit more like its Wii counterpart, just a lot sharper. Man, if I knew they were going to do this kind of an update, I honestly would have waited last year to do that mirror mode playthrough. I mean, I don't regret doing it. It was a fun playthrough. But if I knew they were going to fix pretty much most of the complaints I had with returns in just, like, what, 5 months at that time of doing the playthrough, I probably would have just waited and pushed that little idea of mine to 2026. I usually like trying to play the definitive version of a game if possible, or, like, the most stable version, whatnot. And this definitely wasn't it when it first came out. Yeah, these snakes look better. So originally, these snake heads were not this clear looking with the fire. They were more... it was like snake PNGs, essentially. You didn't really see the fire effect all that much. These look a little bit more like the Wii counterparts. Just a little bit more cleaned up. Such a minor thing. But this kind of stuff does add up. Yeah, let me take a little video of that, and again, I need to go find that as a VOD. I'm gonna go to the very end here. This is probably the best screenshot we can get, so let me find that in the VOD's sake. Should be near the end, correct? It's gonna look a little off because it's in mirror mode, but You'll get the idea. Okay, so I actually have a screenshot between the Wii version first. That's actually perfect. So this is how the snakes looked on the Wii version. And this is how the snakes look now on the Switch. You can see the fire. That's the big deal here, because on the Wii, big fire trail, it was a little bit harder to notice because of 480p, but you can barely make out the individual pieces of the snake because it's burning fire. That's how it's supposed to look, and now it's fixed. But originally... Let me see if I can get the clip up. Okay, this is good enough right here. So this is how they looked before this big update, and the fire almost looks more like a paint line, if that makes sense. It's not as detailed. So it doesn't really look like fire, especially when it was in motion. Like if I go ahead and play it back a little bit, I'll go from here. Again, this is mirror mode, but you get the same idea. It just looks more like one long line of fire. It doesn't look as animated as it does on the Switch here. Because if I go back a couple clicks and play it from here, the fire looks a lot more expressive. You can see the embers flying off of it and everything. It looks like a proper effect now. Compared to how it used to look in the 1.0 update, it just looked cheap. So another big thing that was fixed. And there's just a lot of little things like that here and there throughout this entire game. It all adds up, honestly. Alright, but let's go ahead now and test out that turbo mode. I am very, very curious how this is going to play, because it looks unplayable in the trailers. So I don't know if I'm going to actually be able to beat these levels in turbo, but let's find out. So choose a barrel type. Dixie, Diddy, or Default. Well, for this level, Dixie's better, so I'm going to pick the Dixie barrel, which should guarantee me a Dixie every time. Oh yeah, this is... Oh god, this is so fast. I hope you have speed thinking in mind, because that's what this mode is. Oh, I can't even jump out. It's too fast. This is way too fast. Holy crap, man. What is this even on speed? That has to be 10 times speed. I don't even think that's 5 times. That is insane. So I got a good score off that. I'm shocked because I fell in a pit and I couldn't get out for like 2 seconds. I chose this level in particular because I already did a speed run here. So that's both medals. Now I can see how long that was between the both. Can I not check my time there? I thought you can check your time. Let me see. Level summary. 54. Okay, I can only see one of the times. So that was, what was that, 22? Well, let me look back at the stream really quick, because I actually don't remember what my time just was. It was a 24.99, 54.63. So that cuts it down in half. Based on how things were playing, maybe that was 5 times speed. It is so fast, it's just hard to really know without doing like a frame-by-frame breakdown. I'm betting that's around 5 times speed, but, you know, correct me if I'm wrong on that one. They'll take my word for it, because I'm only guessing. That is a little too fast, though. It's a neat extra, but I don't see people really liking this too much unless they're a speedrunner. The casual audience is going to have a hard time playing a game at like triple speed, let alone 5 times speed. Like, it's hard to know what the heck is going on in some of these areas because I'm just going too fast. Right now, I feel like I'm just on a sugar rush. Like, I just drank, like, 5 shots of espresso, kind of like sugar rush. Like, this is a little much. You really gotta focus, too, because of all the crap you gotta deal with in these time trials. Now, also, imagine that. But you gotta be a timer, because this is also not just time attack. It's a speed run. Jeez, this is gonna be difficult. How's this gonna work on the automated levels? Oh my god, I can't even think of a barrel level. Oh! Let's do 1 minecart level and 1 barrel level in this. And then a boss. I don't think I want to do any more than that. Because that already sounds like a nightmare. Just those 3 different kind of gameplay styles alone. Oh my god, I jump over the barrel because I go too fast. I can't even ground pound in the rhythm anymore because I'm just going too fast. Like, it's not accepting all my inputs because I gotta mash faster. It is actually insane of how fast this is. Ironically, this level doesn't feel that much worse in this super sped up fashion, but it's also all reaction based. So if you can still keep up with reactions, it's not that different. It's just much harder. As someone who's played a lot of rhythm games over the years and like cranks up the speed, like the expert or super expert or hard, or whatever the game would call the faster modes, I'm already kind of used to doing some super fast reactions. I say as I jumped in the fire. So I'm not perfect about it, as you can tell. Actually, what happens when you fail the timer? Let's let that run to 0. Because I think the level still just plays, right? Yeah, it just goes in the negatives now, so you're not going to get a medal. But that's it. You can still play the time attack. Yeah, how do you guys feel about this mode so far, just from what you've seen? Because, again, to me, this is not for the faint of heart. It's so fast. Yeah, it is too freaking fast. Yeah, it really is. I wonder why exactly this was added in particular. Like, it's a cool extra. It's gonna suck if you really want 100% the game, because now that's an extra medal. Now you can 300% Donkey Kong Country Returns, because all these time trials counts towards that 100% mark to bump you over the 100%, obviously. So if you're a completionist, this mode's gotta be a nightmare, because now this is just an extra thing to complete. I don't care about these modes personally for like 100%. If I play the whole game and I unlock all the things you can do just from playing the levels, that's what I count for 100%. And I think even for like a speedrunner sense, they count 100%ing like this game in particular as just getting all the Kong letters and puzzle pieces. I don't think they count the time trial stuff because it's a whole different mode. And it doesn't count towards the overall tracker. It counts towards like a different tracker. So it's separate. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised now for a speedrun sense. They add like a new leaderboard to like the speedrun site. That, because I wouldn't be surprised if there was a 200% leaderboard already for just doing everything in Country Returns. Now there'd probably be a new one, like a new category extension that's 300%, which would be getting all the time trial and also these turbo modes completed along with the base 100%. Because not many people are going to be playing this on their own. So I can see the speedrunners mainly being the ones that would like this. I'm going to give this one more try. If I die in the same spot for a 5th time, I'm just going to move on to the barrel levels. I'm not picking one of the hard ones, by the way. I'm picking like one of the easier barrel levels for this stuff. Yeah, let's just redo that. You move so fast, sometimes it feels like your inputs don't come out in time because you gotta react to a thing before it happens because of how fast you're moving. So like to get to that barrel, for example, I have to be ready on the draw to grab one of the triggers to grab the barrel. And sometimes I'm going too fast, I'm not ready. Hearing that timer also go in like a danger spot is definitely enough to drive your anxiety higher too. Which doesn't help when this mode's already so hard. Oh, I jumped way too early. I was anticipating the jump coming up, and again, that's the idea. I'm gonna give it one more try now because I got past the part I was failing. That's the idea of you have to react so fast because of this being a turbo mode. And I'm just not able to react fast enough, I guess. Also, I have learned that I cannot ground pound with just one button and keep up the pounding normally, because you could just mash the button with one finger normally and have no problems, but in turbo mode, it going, as fast as you are here, the game can't keep up with me mashing one button fast enough, so I'm using Y and X to do the ground pound stuff, so I don't stop. It's the only way I'm finding to actually pound down the ground consistently without Donkey Kong stopping. And I pressed the button there and it just did not come out. Okay, sure. Now I'm just getting to that hubris point, because the mode is so fast, sometimes my inputs, I can't react fast enough. Oh, come on, man. I hit the button the frame that I was near the enemy, so I literally couldn't react fast enough. Wow. And again, my hubris is just getting the best of me at this point, because I just can't stop, even though I'm supposed to. I said I would stop 5 attempts ago. This always happens to me too, man. It's the hubris that gets you. Because I know I can do it, and that's what's bugging me. And now I'm here in this endless death loop. The only moment you really have to breathe in the level, right here. I thought I missed that jump because I jumped a little too early. Again, how did I survive that? Hey, we made it. You literally have a second left. If you do everything perfect, 1 second. Holy crap, man. Well, a little over a second and a half, actually, but you get the idea. That is insane. I did notice the second I did turn off my own capture card audio monitoring, because it has like a half-second delay, I did way better, because then I just listened from my actual speakers. Yeah, that's insane. All right, what's the first rocket barrel we can do? It's here somewhere. Global Bound, Tidal Terror. What was the first barrel level called again? I think it's Cannon No, Cannon Cluster is when you're going away from the ship. Stormy Shore. Was it actually? No, I think it is Cannon Cluster, because I think the other level before this 2-3 is when you're going towards the ship, and this is when it's chasing you. I'll find out in a minute. I literally played this a few months ago, and I can't remember the levels. I actually selected the wrong mode, but I guess while I'm here, we'll see if this is the level I was thinking of. It's not. That's not the barrel level. So it is 2-3 then. Think. If this is wrong, I'm just looking it up because I can't remember. Oh yeah, this is it. All right. Oh my god. Just look at how fast. I have to be like this now. A constant mash, 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 mash if I want to level Donkey Kong. I'm gonna show it one more time on the camera, and then I'm gonna play the level for real. But But this is insane on how fast you gotta be able to draw. So I'm just gonna play it on the camera so you can actually get an idea. If you want to stay at like a level line, you are basically button mashing. You cannot just randomly tap it anymore. Like in the past, it was just a simple just click, 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 click. No, in this one, it's insane at how much faster this is. So, beginning Rocket Barrel levels aren't gonna be terrible. They're gonna be really hard, but I can't imagine like the ones in World 8. Oh, even like World 4 is gonna be a mess with this too. Oh, I can't even think that. At least it's nice though that you get checkpoints in this. You don't get checkpoints in Time Attack. The one saving grace, but if you die, your time is not going to be good enough to get the medal, so you're resetting anyway. So checkpoints are just kind of redundant. They're here for practice. Oh, I almost pressed the button too much there. This is the hard part, trying to level my barrel out. And that shoots out almost instantly. Because I took the hit in the beginning, I lost. Wow. I was over by how much? 0.36. Yikes, these are punishing. All right, well, I guess the last one we need to try is a boss fight like this. Because, oh dear God. I'll do the boss that's here. It doesn't matter the Kong we pick. They're just gonna be here for the hit points. Nice. How do you roll and get the barrel without overshooting it in turbo mode? That's gonna be the actual challenge. Ah, good enough. Alright, let's get the cutscene. It's so fast, I can barely control myself. Well, at least I won't have to wait too long for them to do the little attack I need here. I gotta wait for them to clap. Then I can do that. Oh my God, I can't even do the bouncing correctly because I'm going too fast. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. You go so fast. They have almost no downtime now because of the speed boost. Holy crap. That's annoying. Because I got it. I actually got it, I think, first try. But then I missed the timing on the final crab bounce. Oh, come on, dude. This is near unplayable. Like, it almost feels like when Uncharted got its PS4 version. They added a new difficulty in that game called Brutal, but it was not play tested. And because of that, it was essentially a near unplayable version of all three Uncharted games. This almost feels like the same thing. Like, where this wasn't really play tested fully, if that makes sense. Only because it's a little too fast. I think if it's like maybe one speed down, like if it's 5 times fast, make it 4 times fast, it would be a lot more playable. But so far, yeah, certain things are near unplayable here. Like, I literally can't get control of my Kong because it's going too fast. And I can't pound the ground that fast because the input doesn't come out right away. And that's something to do with just the quirk of the game. Being this fast, it's just like button input differences. I didn't mean to do that yet. Because I thought it was coming out sooner than it was. Oh, no. I'm going to miss again. Yeah, see? It's literally too fast. I can't actually keep up with the inputs. Because my hands got to play this like I'm playing a fighting game at this point. Button mashing style. It is so fast on the draw. I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't play tested for more than like 3 levels, if that, because that sometimes does happen with modes like this. It's not fully played out, it's just like tested very briefly. Oh crap, guess what's gonna happen? No, he delayed it. All right, I thought the blue clapper was gonna just immediately go on the ground. I love how they still take forever to get out of the ground though, even though this is turbo mode. No way. I hit him as he went in the ground. That was almost like frame perfect timing. Now, do they still keep the timer going here, like in time attack? I think they do. So I have to immediately rush. Because I have like, what, 2 seconds left? No, 8. No, they stopped the timer. All right, that's good. So as long as you hit the last blow on the boss, the timer's no longer a problem. You're just still in sugar rush mode, essentially, just to get to the Tiki head. But you don't have to worry about the timer anymore. That's at least a saving grace. Holy crap, man. That was just so much. All right, I'm going to do one more thing, and then I'm going to swap over to a different game to play. I want to see the final boss fight here, as I know the final boss was supposed to be a little different because of having Dixie with you. I do have one of the banana juices in my inventory. I'm just gonna use one of those because I don't want to really be on this for 20 minutes. This final boss wouldn't be 20-minute material if it wasn't, you know, in mirror mode. All right, let's do inventory. Maybe one of these. Then drink up. And there should be a Dixie barrel right outside, so I'll get a Kong right before I head in. This is supposed to be a little different for cutscene stuff if you're playing with Dixie. That's why I want to use the Dixie Kong barrel. Yep, that's a nice cutscene we don't need to see. Thank you. I need this barrel. Thank you very much. And yeah, we're not playing this in turbo because I have some level of sanity. I want that balloon because of all the turbo deaths, even though they don't count. Just give me some extra lives. Guys done chasing me? Thank you. Oh, 7 bananas away from their life. At least I get them here, so there you go. There's my second balloon. There we go. All right. So this is kind of weird because the cutscene we're about to see is an FMV cutscene. So they rendered this out with Donkey, Diddy, and Donkey and Diddy, but no Dixie Kong. So they used the tag team attack animation from Tropical Freeze to tag in Diddy Kong. So Diddy Kong is now with us for some reason. And we don't have to watch the whole thing, so I'm gonna skip the cutscene. And after that, Diddy Kong just leaves. So they didn't make any new FMV cutscenes for Dixie to be in this game. Instead, they just replaced Dixie Kong in that moment with Diddy Kong, and he just flies out. It's really weird, but at least we can still play as Dixie in the final battle, because when I first saw that clip, I thought that meant you just can't play as Dixie in the final fight, which would be really weird, but that's not the case. Yeah, that cutscene swap thing I think should happen again once we beat the final boss of the game, because again, the FMVs were made with just Donkey and Diddy Kong in mind, never once Dixie Kong, and then they'd go back and make new FMVs. Probably would have been a little too much to ask for, I guess. It's whatever. I know some people are upset about that, but it's such a minor detail that I don't really care too much personally. It would have been nice to see some FMV cutscenes for Dixie, but there's like 3 in the game, so again, not losing sleep over 3 cutscenes not having the new Kong. Now imagine though if they added Cranky in this as well, because Cranky Kong is super powerful in certain levels for Tropical Freeze because of that pogo, and it would have been cool to see that same kind of option in this game, but alas, he's not here. We just have Diddy and Dixie. And this is why I got the banana juice on, by the way, because I can just be extremely careless in the fight and not have to worry. This is our final hit anyways. I didn't even lose all the banana juice. Still have 1 more hit left. Yeah, and here comes the tag team again. So see you later, Dixie. Now Diddy Kong's gonna be in the cutscene instead. It's just so stupid. But again, they didn't want to make new FMV cutscenes just for the 1 extra Kong. I get it. It's not a big deal. It is a little bit funnier, I do agree with that. Especially because the animation for the tag is a reused animation from Tropical Freeze. That's not even new. Because I think that animation's when you have like a tag bonus ready between the Kongs, and when Dixie and Diddy do their tag team, it's supposed to convert enemies around you into one-up balloons. I do think that's what that animation's supposed to be. And the credits are still the same credits that were here in the 1.0 version, so unfortunately, the original staff credits are no longer available still. I don't know why. The credits in this game don't mention any of the Retro Studio staff. Still. I hate that. I really do. But that's it for this update. Play a little bit more of it than I was expecting, but interesting. You can play now a brand new Kong. Dixie does kind of break a lot of the levels. Turbo mode's a little too fast to my liking. So as I imagined, I didn't care for it too much. Interesting new way of playing the game, but not my cup of tea. Game share is neat. I still prefer just putting the game on a TV screen and then just handing my friend another controller. But, you know, if you can't do that, then the game share way is perfect for playing on 2 different Switches at the same time. Mind you, you will need a Switch 2 for that, to at least start the game share from like one side. So, Switch 2 feature, and just the graphical overhaul is nice. Same for the loading. And the co-op fix. Big deal. So, I think this is how the game should have been when it came out last year. Are they going to reprint this game now? Because on the cover of it, there's no mention of Dixie Kong here anywhere or the turbo stuff, because that wasn't in this game at launch. So I wonder if they're going to reprint the physical version of the game to reflect this update, or are they just going to keep it like this, where it's just the original game box art with the original extra stuff they talk about here for the Switch version in particular, which is just basically what the Wii box art had. I wonder that. That's the only other thing I'm not sure about, but solid update now. I wish this is how the game was when it first came out, but now I would say the Switch release, especially on Switch 2, is the definitive Donkey Kong Country Returns experience. Now stop returning, because now you returned 4 times. We don't want a 5th. But that's going to do it for this section. I got another game in mind I want to play, and I'm going to set that up here during a little bit of a break. I'm going to use this opportunity to get up and stretch. So when we come back, now we're going to swap over to playing some fan ports of games. In particular, we're going to look at some decompilation stuff next. So stay tuned. We'll be back with a ghost ship. Be back in just a few minutes. Alright, we're back with our next game up in the lineup for tonight. This one is honestly a little bit more of a redundant port that happened, but this just released like very beginning of the year in January, and it's something I'm always interested in. I'm just going to hit play so you guys can see exactly what we're talking about here. Let me turn up a little bit. So, from the same people that worked on the decompilation ports of a bunch of N64 games right now, with the headliners being Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, this is from the Harbor Master team. So, the next game they released, because so far it's Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Star Fox 64, Mario Kart 64, and now added to the lineup of decomp PC ports is Super Mario 64. This makes a total of 5 different projects from the Harbour Master team so far. Codenamed Ghost Ship. I don't really get the Ghost Ship name too much on this one. I'm guessing it's more to reference the one ship in Jolly Roger Bay. The only real correlation I have. I think I would have called it anything but Ghost Ship, honestly. I think a lot of people, when they heard that name, were actually thinking this was a Paper Mario 64 port. And a lot of people are still hoping that's going to happen. But this is Mario 64. And honestly, I gotta say, this is a great way of playing the game now if you go in the decomp route. Because I have played a version of this game via decompilation before. And it was a mess because I had to do all this. Just gonna leave it there. I had to do all this crap where you have to basically install binary code, then launch like a Python script, download the necessary files, drop in your Mario 64 ROM. Like, it was a whole mess of just making the program from scratch. Because keep in mind, this was one of the first games that actually got decompilation in... What was this? Like, this specifically was over 3 years ago. Like, this version. Yeah, this came out in 2019, so this is very old by comparison now. So, Mario 64 was one of the first games that got decompiled on the N64, and since then, we've gotten a lot of different Mario 64 ports on PC, decomp. I think there were other... I don't know if there was a recompilation of Mario 64 yet, but there's a lot of other PC versions. Like, the big one I know a lot of people talk about is Mario 64 Co-op Deluxe. That is from the decompilation code. And there was also a ray tracing version, if I can find that real quick. As well. Yeah, this was part of some recomp stuff, but that's not the version I think I've played. I'm gonna boot that one up really quick, because for reference sake, let me turn on the display capture as well. I don't need the browser one anymore. But for reference sake, I have a folder of just decompilation and recompilation ports. It's not even all of them, because I have some of them on a different drive. It's at least 27 so far. There's been a lot of games that have gotten this treatment. But let me show you guys the Mario 64 ray tracing. We're not going to play this version tonight. I'm just going to show you guys what was a thing in the past, which I don't even know how this is going to work, because I haven't loaded this up in like a hot minute. If it doesn't work, I'll just show the video. Because so far, I get just nothing. Oh, there it goes. Oh, it's really loud in my ears. There's no actual, like, game capturing happening, which is interesting. Probably because I gotta do that. Yeah, now it works. Okay. Mind you, I'm keeping this because I don't think I ever want to compile code again to get one of these games to work. So I don't care if this is super outdated. I'm keeping this executable on my computer just for showcases like this. I believe now stuff like this you can probably do natively via the Ghost Ship port, because they advertise custom textures. So you can inject custom textures like you would use for a ROM hack. But yeah, this version is not perfect. You can already see a lot of the broken lighting on like the side of the castle. The water's the big showcase though, because the water actually looks a lot more detailed with the ray tracing stuff on. And the lighting in general, you can see a lot more reflections of shadows. Stuff like this you can only do on a PC. You can't do this on actual N64. I think the system would catch on fire if you tried this on actual hardware. But yeah, there's definitely something bugged about this, because it didn't look like this years ago when I first booted the game. God, this looks hot. Oh, Mario's face even got a little screwed up on some of the lighting. Oh, yeah, it's not exactly what I expected. But yeah, the water's the big selling point for the ray tracing. I think now stuff like this, you can probably just say will be ported over to that Ghost Ship port. This is what we had for years. This was pretty serviceable, but I can't do anything else in the game. Like, I can't add cheats, I can't add extra mods, I can't adjust anything else. Like, right now I'm playing the game in widescreen. If I wanted to go full screen, the most I can do is just shrink down that window as we saw in the beginning. so I can just play in a windowed mode, which makes Mario look more cursed, but that's pretty much all I can do. I can just change window options, and that's about it. So now we have a lot more available to us because of this Ghost Ship port. So let's load that one up.
It's me, Mario. Hello.
Can we have that go again? Because the audio kind of gets a little cut out. We hit... Oh, wait, no, you can't reset to that. Well, I guess you can't. But here's the menu. Same menu as all the other decompilation ports from these people. So you have a lot of options here. You can tweak audio individually. You can turn down or turn up resolution to make this game even sharper. Like right now, I have it rendered to 4K. You have the frame rate being the original 30. You can go all the way up to 360. Match your monitor refresh if you just don't want to bother. Anti-aliasing as well, you can jack up, so now you can make the game look a lot smoother on edges. Not to mention that in enhancements, you can disable the level of detail where the game zooms out the character. You'll see lower resolution, like when Bowser's far away, you can look a little bit more low poly, but you can turn on this specific option and now everything is fully rendered out, full quality. You can select any star in the menu no matter if you've completed that specific mission or not. We can actually exit whenever we want, so that's nice, but also you can stay in the level when you collect the star, kind of like how it plays in like Mario Odyssey. I want to try that option. Skip intro stuff so we don't have to deal with that, that'd be nice. Fix Koopa race music. Apparently there was a bug in the original game, which this option fixes, so turning this on, you fix the Koopa race music on both Bomb-On Battlefield and Tiny Huge Island. So there must have just been a bug with how it played, and this option fixes that. This stuff you can do because of decompilation. And then you also have the cheats. Like, I can actually play in the demo right now. This is not me, because the controller isn't mapped. That's why Mario stopped. Let's fix that really quick. Controls. Oh, they are actually mapped. Okay, then why am I not playing as Mario? He's just kind of awkwardly sitting here. Weird. Well, I just kind of soft-locked Mario. Oh, it actually crashed. Maybe that's why I wouldn't want to play. Interesting. Okay. I think all my settings mostly saved. Yep, okay, cool. You can pause exit whenever. There's a quirk in Mario 64 where if you're moving around or if you're midair, you can't pause the game and then quit the level. So having this option on is nice because some people want to be able to just pause the game and just quit a level at any time. Now you can do that. I'm not going to put on playing demo again because that breaks the game. You can have a save editor, so if you want to give yourself specific stars or set certain flags in the game, this is perfect for practicing if you're a speedrunner because there's a lot of options you can mess with. This is really nice. So we're going to play a little bit of this. I think I'm going to do a 16-star playthrough real quick because that takes like 30 minutes of that. So let me just change the B button mapping because I don't like it to be, and that's the only thing I need to change. You can even have a little bit of an input viewer here. So before I go any further though, let me change the game on Twitch and YouTube because it's still set to Donkey Kong. There we go. Now it's Mario 64. Oh, I can't click on the YouTube box. It keeps on jumping. There we go. Streamer's still learning how new YouTube dashboard works because it is very different. I streamed, I think, once with the new layout, and then I took a month break, so I'm learning the YouTube dashboard at this point, too. Alright, let's go ahead and play a little bit of this decompilation Mario 64. So immediately, I just jump in the game. I don't have anything else going on. What is this frame rate, though? I don't think this is set correctly. I think that's 30 still. I know I set it to match monitor refresh. There has been some bugs with this, kind of like with a lot of these decompilations coming out. Oh yeah, it's in 30 frames. That's wrong. It didn't apply my setting. Yeah, this option currently is not working, at least in my experience, match refresh rate. So I need to manually set this. I'm going to set it to my monitor's refresh, because that's what this option does anyways. So now the game's at 165 frames per second. And it looks very uncanny, but yeah, you can play like this if you want. Neat. This option right now is broken, though, the match refresh rate. this is like a very new release. This only just came out a few weeks ago. Like, actually not even. This was like a little over a week. So, still a relatively new version of the game. It's going to have bugs. They're updating it pretty frequently. I believe, on the latest update of this specific version. I don't know if I can check in the actual... Yeah, here we go. I can check here. So, I'm on Dutchman Charlie 102. I do believe that is the latest version. If I double check here. Yep, that's just came out 4 days ago. So, this is the latest version. There are still some bugs. Things are going to get updated in time. I mean, I remember when the Ocarina of Time port first came out, it had a fair share of issues, which at this point are all ironed out. I think the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move that input viewer. We're going to move it over here to the bottom left, because that's not going to cover anything up. No Lakitu. Hey, look, Lakitu skip. Perfect. He didn't even do anything, and he skips the Lakitu. Now, the only problem is I'm playing this game with an Xbox controller, because I just wanted to try playing with a native Windows controller. I'm not going to set up anything crazy like GameCube right now. So, this is going to be a little weird for me, because I don't like playing Mario 64 on Xbox controllers, but it is what it is. So, let's see that Koopa the Quick thing. Oh, that text is super fast, and also... you look like you've seen better days, Koopa. His head is twitching. That's definitely a frame rate thing. Now, the game internally is still playing at 30 frames. A lot of these recomp and decompilation versions, when they're doing the extra frame rate stuff... Oh, I can't even see the options here. That's super broken. I think I selected go. Okay, we did. As I was saying, the frame rate thing here with these kind of games is usually just something that's just happening, like... It's like frame generation with newer titles, where we're not necessarily playing the game at a higher frame rate. It's actually still running internally at 30 frames per second, but it's, what's like technical term? I believe it's frame interpolation, where visually speaking, the game is still running at the same resolution and frame rate and all that, but it's playing like it's a higher frame rate. I don't know, it's really weird to describe. It's more of a technical thing. I don't want to go into too much detail because I don't even know how it fully works. Music-wise, I don't know exactly what that fix option does, because I could have swore this music worked correctly on like every version of Mario 64 I've played, at least retail-wise. Maybe it could have been broken on emulators. But there's Koopa. Now, we do have the option on to stay in the level, so as soon as I grab the star, we should be able to go do something else. Oh, yeah, this is actually just like when you get a red coin star. So it pops up the save dialog, and then from here, you can continue doing whatever you want. Now that's cool. So now, let's go over and get the Chain Chomp star, right? This is normally the first star you get next to getting just the Bomb King star. Which, mind you, I can't do that star right now because the Bomb King isn't even here. So if I want to fight King Bomb, I have to reload. Now, I need to see something for posterity's sake, because see how the menu works correctly and then it doesn't on the options. Would that be a thing if I put the frame rate back down? No, it's still broken. Okay, put the frame rate back. I want to see if I can do Island Hop. I've done that like once or twice. It's a super hard trick, but I can try it. Oh, come on. I'm trying to do kicks. I might just go around and wall jump if I don't get this again. Okay, there we go. We got it. I don't believe this version has save states yet. I think the Ocarina Decomp port's the only one I played that does have save states, though. I don't think any other decomps, or even recomps have that, but let me check really quick. If we go to dev tools, that's where they put something like that. So we got the pop out, debug, tracing. No, there's no save states just yet in this version. So practice-wise, you might still be better off with one of those ROM hacks that have save states built in, because I believe there is a Mario 64 practice ROM out there. I need to be like, oh god, nice fall. These wall jumps are so hard. I'm gonna try that one more time. Alright, now alternate. This is still Mario 64 at the end of the day. We're just playing it in widescreen and a higher refresh, but the game still is playing the same way as it did back on the actual hardware. No real difference outside of just some presentation. But the big thing about this is mods. I just have more mods to work with normally in these kind of ports, which is nice, so you can play the game exactly how you want. Not to mention, this just works on more stuff. I played a little bit of this on the Steam Deck, and it works great on deck. Oh, not even close. All right, let's try the pause trick to get out of here. So let me turn that sheet on. The pause, exit whenever. There you go. As soon as I enabled that, there's the pause menu. No issues. Just leave. I do feel like when this came out last week, I mean, even myself, I think I kind of felt the same way a little bit, but I haven't heard too much about this specific port from people. A lot of people haven't been talking about the Ghost Ship port from this team, and I think it's just because Mario 64 is like the game that has the most unofficial PC ports already. There's, I think now, including this one, I think it's up to 5 different versions you can play on PC, natively. Not emulation, I think just natively. So, that's saying a lot. And I think that's kind of why this specific version is not as like, hyped up from people. Not to say it's bad, but I think it's just we've seen too many Mario 64 ports at this point. So people are a little bit underwhelmed, but I think this is a bigger deal to have this version of the game compared to just the other decompiled one we had before, because all you need to do is just download some files, give the executable your ROM, and say, hey, this is it. Can I play game? And then that's it. Like, you don't have to do any extra work. It's just a simple drag and drop some files and you're done. And that's much better compared to like half the other options out there. Or at least that was the case until we had things like Mario 64 Co-op Deluxe. Kind of the same thing. Just give it a file and you're good to go. So there's really not that much you have to do for that version either. So again, we've had like so many of these PC ports of Mario 64 in particular. I think that's kind of why some people are a little underwhelmed with this one. Because we just have enough Mario 64 on PC. So if a recomp comes on next week, people are going to be like, I sleep. Because I can play this game on my toaster at this point. It's not really that hard. Hey Kira, how you doing? Hope you had a good holiday. Hopefully everyone has had a good holiday season, by the way. Didn't really mention that when I first came back, too. On the little just chatting part. Oh no, the life. It doesn't matter, I don't need it. I'm gonna get one just from getting 100 coins. No, whoops, okay. I thought I was gonna get crushed there for a second. That does happen. Yeah, the only thing I think that's really taking me out of the element right now is I'm just seeing the background randomly just disappear and reappear. Yeah, I'm seeing the skybox just go black for a second. That is taking me out of this a little bit. But again, this version of Mario 64 on PC, this just came out a little over a week ago. So there are going to be certain things that are being ironed out over time. A lot of these decom ports are usually a little rough in the beginning, and then give it like a year or two, and they're so much better. Like, I nowadays, if you're going to play Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, even like Star Fox 64, I will say, you play the decoms, because they are so polished at this point, and they give you so many more features that you can't get in any other version. So you're just playing the decomps on PC. And that's saying something, because some of these games also have recompilations, and I think the decomps are a little bit more feature-rich. Now, not thinking about it, I didn't get the blue coin switch, and yet I still have enough for the final star. That's perfect. Holiday was okay, but hectic. Yeah, I can understand that. Mine was kind of the same, I would say. It wasn't really too hectic for the Christmas part in particular, but it definitely was for New Year's, because I had to work that day. So there was a lot I had to, obviously, deal with there. I get this star, and then I get the cage star, and then we're out of here. I'm not going to do anything else. I'm playing every level once. I'm going to play this like a randomizer, but it's the version of the game that you can't revisit levels, kind of like the Iron Mario 64 one. There we go. First try. Actually, did I get all the red coins there? I just realized I didn't get the red coin star, did I? Eh, whatever. I don't need it. I only need one more star, actually. Oh, you know what's dumb? Actually, wait, no, it's not. Not. I can do both. I'd say if I fail the timer for the slide, then I have to play this level twice. But I can get both stars in one go because I'm not going to get kicked out. It'd be so nice. Just gotta not fail this part. And I don't know the setup for the speedrun stuff, and I don't know if I'd be able to do the setup at 160 FPS. Just made it. And thanks to this little cheat code of not having to leave, we'll grab both stars at once. Alright, before I grab the next one, let me kick down the frame rate, because I forgot to test that before. Put it back to the original. Which feels so much choppier now, just from playing at the higher frame rate. Oh yeah, menu's still bugged. It doesn't matter your frame rate on that one, so that's a graphical error that's going to have to be addressed. And it probably will be, because I think the Harbor Master team already knows about a lot of these issues that I'm experiencing here, because there's a lot of people in the Harbor Master 64 Discord, and that's where you go to talk about these PC ports in general, and that's where a lot of people are testing this game and giving their feedback about the Ghost Ship port in particular. I don't know why my side flip didn't come out. You can see, I don't even have to like show you how I'm playing it because I got the input viewer up. I did that. I flicked the stick back, hit the A button. Mario did not want to do a flip. I think it might have counted me on the fire for a frame, even though I didn't get fire damage. Yeah, because see, now I'm doing the flip. Well, that was really weird. Yeah, oh my, the skybox thing has got to be addressed because that is visually distracting. I still think right now, though, if you're going to play this game on PC, I would wait for Ghost Ship specifically to get some of the stuff figured out. The best version, if you're going to play this on PC, I believe right now is the co-op deluxe port. Because not only can you play the game online co-op, but it is just Mario 64. So you can still play the game locally by yourself. And there's already a lot of mods that are compatible with that specific version of the game, so You can play custom maps. You can play with custom characters. It's already pretty feature-rich, and it's been out for a while, so that's another thing that helps it. This just came out. It's going to have some stuff added to it over time. But I think it might be easier to set up on Linux. I don't know how easy it is for Co-op Deluxe to be set up on Linux, so that's another thing you got to keep in mind if you're a Linux user or like Steam Deck user and whatnot. That's another reason why some people kind of gravitate towards some of these decom ports specifically, because they're all Linux compatible right now. When this first came out, it wasn't, but I think within less than a week, this Ghost Ship port got the Linux port. Okay, that wasn't that bad. I was kind of worried about doing the analog stick inputs on an Xbox controller. Bowser throws on an Xbox controller is a nightmare. Oh. Oh, this is awkward. What does Mario do now, he wonders. Away! Yeah, we're just gonna quit. I don't need to see the light, I'm good. We're gonna go to the basement now. Let's go do some stuff here in Lethal. Can I fight both bullies? Actually, I think all the missions are the same for the overworld. I'm gonna pick this one because that gets the shell out. I need to try something though. Not that. Okay, well now I want some coins just as a safety net. So I'll get this star, I guess. Man, I keep on jumping right in the lava like a doofus. Just like the rug being pulled from under your feet. I think I should go for the bullies first before I try the star I was thinking of, because I'm next to them. Better safe than sorry. Get out of here. Can I make the jump from here if I lava boost? Let's see. I might not even need the lava boost. Nope, I do. I barely don't make that. The fact that I wall jump tell you I'm just very, very close, but not close enough. I'll go this way. Thank you. Are you? Over here. Come on. I swear, the bullies sometimes notice you from like 10 miles away, and other times they don't really care that you exist. There we go. Alright, now we're gonna go for the log star, and what I want to try to do is triple jump and then wall kick and try to go over the wall. It's very, very precise. I just want to see if I can do it. The answer so far is no, and I failed not once, but twice just doing a triple jump. I'll give myself one more attempt on that one, because it really doesn't matter if I die, because I'll just end up going to shifting sand instead. Nope, that's not gonna make it. Yeah, I'm hitting the wrong side. You barely hit like the edge of the wall, so that when you jump back, you're facing towards the other piece. And then you just grab it. It's really precise to do that jump. I just wanted to try it. Because if I fail, I just go to a different course. Not a big deal. Again, we're just gonna pick whatever star because it doesn't matter. Once I get 15, I'm piecing out though.
Here we go!
Oh, you don't have a star in this right now. Okay, so I'm not going for bird. Bird doesn't have star. So let's go in the pyramid. That would just be probably faster. I'm gonna, I think, go for the cage. And this is the faster way to get to the cage. I say as I die. Okay, never mind on that one. Alright, well, I'm going by my logic. I'm only allowed to do one run of a level. Just to spice things up. I'm not going to go for the Toad Star because that's actually going to be a problem. And because I only need one more left, let's turn off that option for, what is it? Collect star with no exit level. Let's turn that off now. Because now I'm going to actually want to leave. And let's get that star up here. That's just like the fastest one. Right? If I can, you know, do a proper jump. I haven't gotten the star in a bit like this. Let me do a triple jump instead. I can get the other one that's like nearby, the one we selected, watch out for falling rocks, but this one's actually a little bit faster if I can do the wall jump. He says as he fails the wall jump. There we go. Any mistakes I'm making, I'm gonna attribute to the frame rate being way higher than 30 and Xbox controller. I think I have some Johns to say with this thing. I never play with an Xbox controller in this game. But again, I don't want to set up a third-party controller right now with this port. It'd just be a little too much. Alright, so Mips is out now. Now we're gonna do the 16-star route. Oh, I actually got a little too far ahead. Not helping my camera. Like, changing camera with an analog stick is also really bad. Because I'm trying to go left or right and I'm hitting down as well. So I'll keep on zooming it out. Mind you, I have the same problem when I play with a GameCube controller too. It's not exclusive to this. Alright, so we're not caring for the star. Now we're playing the game via the 16-star route in particular, so I need Mips from over here. No. We'll gravitate towards the door, Mario. A little bit easier if I use Mario Cam for this, because I could just... There you go. See what I'm actually doing. And there he goes. Now we take the bunny. And do that again at this door. And we're in. Yeah, I need 30 stars, Mario says with his 15. And now I'm going to turn back on that collect star, not exit cheat. Because I want to see what happens once we get the star on the submarine. Because it's supposed to normally kick you out, and then when you come back in this level, the submarine is gone. But if we stay in the level once we collect the submarine star, the submarine should not disappear. It should still always be in the level. So now it's just a question of what happens. In theory, nothing should happen, but I swear, if we're standing on the sub 1 minute and then the next minute it just poofs, that's gonna be hilarious. I kinda hope for that. I don't think that's gonna happen, but again, I kinda hope, because I just want to see that being funny. Yeah, it's just here still. So, yeah, that's a little bit of a mood whiplash, because now I'm supposed to be kicked out of the level, but I'm still here, and the submarine still being here. Yeah, that's just kind of dumb. So I'm gonna grab one extra star. I could just let Mario die at this point, but I'm gonna get a star instead. It'll be faster. I'll opt for this one, because this one's pretty easy. Now the hard part is just getting the star, because I don't have the metal cap, but you don't need the metal cap to get the star. Just swim in a rhythm, and you'll go through the current. Hardest part, though, is when you're kind of sideways like this. And then the camera. There we go. I have to fix the camera a bit. You want to go straight down. You don't want to go too sideways, because then it's much harder to control. But there we go. Collecting the sub-star specifically moved away that level portal, but it's kind of funny how the jet stream was the one that did it for me. Oh, no. Okay, I didn't mean to actually hit that part of the fire. So if I was going to do, you can only play level once rule, I guess I just game overed right now, because I can't actually beat the game. I don't count that for Bowser stuff. I was just doing that for the bit, for stars, but now I'm just going to beat the game correctly. Okay, I say that as I get trapped underneath a platform and insta-die. Everybody's favorite in this level. I swear, Bowser in the Fire Sea, low-key, one of the hardest levels in the game, and it's for all the wrong reasons, and just because of jank. Like, it's not that bad of a level until you get crushed by a platform, and then you realize, oh yeah, this was like a very early 3D game. Did I make it in time? No, I missed it. Dang it. I was trying to make it up here before the platforms fell. I was very close. Oh no. That is not what I was expecting. That's really bad. I was supposed to land on that platform, but I got some weird camera there. Now I gotta do this again. Thankfully, there's a heart. Just gotta play this safe. Then I'll be able to make it back to the heart and get my health back. Alright, so we're fine. I just gotta hope for a new, better cycle, I guess, for this part. To be fair, I don't think I'm getting a better cycle if I don't know how to play the video game all of a sudden. Change the camera this time so I can actually see what I'm doing. I kind of want some extra health though. There we go. Maybe I should just play that board normal because I failed that twice in a row. Don't make me miss my cycles. Wait this out just to be safe. I don't trust my luck right now. There we go. Alright, how is the Bowser throw gonna go on this? Again, this is my Johns. Don't play this game normally with an Xbox controller. Let's see how this goes. Okay, that's 2 for 2 so far. I'm really putting a lot of pressure on myself now for the final set of Bowser throws. Because now, if I get it perfect, then that's something to brag about. But I won't, because those final throws are a pain. I was really hoping that pause cheat would just let me quit back to Peach's Castle inside of Peach's Castle, because that would have just been funny. Would have been a fast warp. Alright, so let's see how this version of the game handles the backwards long jump. Now, I patched this game with the American Mario 64 ROM, so this does have that glitch intact. First try. So yeah, needless to say, that just works in pretty much every PC port I've ever played, because it's just based off of the N64 ROM. And all N64 versions, outside of the Shindu version, which no PC port I think uses as a base, they all just work with BLJs. I'm getting caught in like this weird lip. Let me fix my angle. There we go. That was a little bit better. Not by much, but it got me up here. I didn't even know you can get stuck in the middle like that. I thought I was just gonna bonk my head, but I actually slid off that little plank. That's a first. Alright, let's see if we can make this jump. This is gonna be really hard on Xbox. Got it. Didn't get the triple jump there. Missed my timing ever so slightly, but that's fine. We'll just take the pole route. There we go. Now, the pressure's on. I gotta get some really good Bowser throws here, because otherwise, I really gotta make up for that performance I had from the first two Bowser throws. Oh, that's number one. I didn't get far enough ahead. It's fine. Oh my god, trying to turn left or right on a stick, man. That's two. I think this one's closer. Oh my god, did I make it? 3! That's 5 for 5! Okay, maybe this is my new Mario 64 controller, so that's some really good luck. Alright, now, $1 million question. I'm turning back on the collect star to not exit level cheat, because I want to know how that works for the final star in the game. It's not a star traditionally. It doesn't add to the counter. It's a cutscene flag. So does the game just give up with the collect every star on cheat? Let's find out. No, it's actually playing correctly. That cheat does not work on the very final star of the game. Good, because that would be really weird otherwise. I can't believe I got all the Bowser throws on this. I didn't miss a single one. That is impressive. Now, mind you, the input latency on these PC ports is next to none. It's whatever input latency you have on your computer monitor or whatever device you're playing on. So it's much better than playing off of, like, say, the Switch, for example, via Switch Online, or maybe playing from the retro system through an upscaler, because some upscalers do add lag. So it's whatever lag you have with, like, your controller, via, like, Bluetooth, or maybe if your monitor's a little slow, but that's it. The game itself plays in real time. If I hook this up to a CRT, play the exact same as, like, actual N64. So, yeah. This was, minus, like, as you're seeing now, especially, some of the graphical bugs I'm seeing, I think that's the biggest problem at the moment for this PC port. That is definitely something that needs to be addressed. It's, at the moment, I feel more like an alpha or a beta for this version. I wouldn't call it a 1.0, as it's still a little early on in its development. I would say this is like a 0.9 release, like a beta.
The power of the stars is restored
But
to the castle.
still a solid version of Mario 64 to play on your PC. I'll probably end up just playing this if I'm going to play it on like my Steam Deck.
Thank you, Mario.
Because it'd be either this or Co-op Deluxe I recommend if people are going to play Mario 64 on PC. Since both are native PC ports, but I still lean towards Co-op Deluxe as it has more features. But give it time, this version might have even more features compared to that. We don't know.
For Mario.
I'm going to turn off that input display though, because that's a little weird to have on for this. There we go. Don't want the input display on as I'm playing the credits. We'll let the credits play out, and then I'm going to swap to my next game. But, yeah, now like I said, solid version of the game. I do think it needs some work, obviously, because there are bugs currently in the game, but it's playable from start to finish. That's why I figure I'll do a 16-star run of this specific version of the game, because 16-star runs take like half an hour at most. But everything's playable, all the options, very robust, plenty of different modifiers in the game to play around with currently. I'm curious, though, if this is going to get a randomizer, just like the Ship of Arcanium and Two Arcanium ports for like the Zelda games have. Because both Ocarina and Majora just have native randomizers just built into the decomp ports. And I can see that happening for Mario 64 as well. Because I would think also Star Fox 64 has a randomizer, but that's not in the PC port. I can see that maybe happening in the future for Star Fox as well. But again, the big thing that's such a detractor for me is this background pop-in. It is very weird. It wasn't doing that when I was playing this on the Steam Deck, so I wonder if the Linux port right now is a little bit more fine-tuned, or also maybe it's my frame rate. Maybe if you put the game past 60 FPS, then it starts bugging out more on the flickering. Because when I was playing on my Steam Deck, it was just at 60 frames, because that's all that screen could do. So maybe also the frame rate is the culprit for the pop-in. Yeah, look at all the levels we did not play. Yeah, what's this place? What's that place? I don't know. Can you play any of this with that cheat? Let me see something. Cheats. Play in demo. I'm gonna hold off on clicking that. Okay, there he is. No, I can't play this. This doesn't count as a demo. Alright, turn that off then. I was wondering if you can play in the credits sequence, because it flashes around to so many levels. It'd be weird if you were able to control this, but that's not the case. Probably for the better. But yeah, like I said, you get a lot of options in here, just like the other PC ports. I mean, there's 3 different tabs currently. In the future, I could see a 4th one being added for a randomizer. But there's plenty of things to tweak. Again, just need some work on some of the graphical pop-in. Other than that, I think this is prime time ready. So, that's why I would think kind of beta. 0.9, not a 1.0. You're 1 or 2 fixes away from this being probably the perfect version for most people. And then for the final thing, I'm gonna turn up a Mario Talks.
Playing my game.
He talks very fast, so I had to like hit that button like instantly. Like, Mario, can you speak up, sir? I can't hear you over the loud music. I'm thinking it's frame rate based on some of the things because I've experienced a lot of the pop-in stuff in particular. I've experienced some weird frame rate oddities in the PC ports of both Zelda games. I've noticed, like, with certain characters, like, we noticed it with Koopa the Quick in this game. His head just kind of, like, broke half the time when he was doing some animations. If you bump back down the frame rate, it doesn't do that. So a lot of games are hard-coded to work in a certain way. Even with frame interpolation, it still gets weird. That's why I think some of this can be fixed with some some patches. At least with, like, the pop-in stuff. That, I think, can easily be fixed. The character models, on the other hand, I think that's just going to be forever broken, and that's just funnier. It doesn't affect anything. It's just kind of goofy. Alright, but let's go ahead and swap over now to a different game. So I'm going to quit Ghost Ship. This was fun. But now, there is another one that came out this month. And this is the bigger one. We'll probably spend the rest of the night playing this game in particular, because this has so much going for it. I'm just gonna play it and let the trailer speak for itself. Hey, Mumbo got some secrets. That's one, Bone Brain. What's on the said pictures? Got a picture of Nextport, wise guy. He gave them to me. Oh? Did you hear that, Kazooie? There's gonna be another recomp. Is it the elf boy again? He always gets all the attention. No, Ocarina. Taking forever. Other instruments first. Sounds exciting. What could it be? Yeah, show us. So this just like shadow dropped, what is it, 3 days ago? The next one that came out in the recompilation scene was Banjo-Kazooie in particular. No one was expecting a Banjo-Kazooie recompile because I believe there was talks that Banjo-Tooie was getting a recomp port, and then this came out first. So it's like, okay. Sure, I guess Banjo-Tooie will be after this now. I thought it was actually going to be the other way around originally from some of the news I was hearing. But yeah, this has a lot of the different things that a lot of recomp ports have right now. So high frame rate support, widescreen, ultra widescreen. You can play the game pretty much on whatever device. Kazooie's saying it works on the old computer you found in the dumpster. So yeah, this works very well no matter what computer you're playing on because it's an N64 game. It doesn't really have too much graphical horsepower to worry about. But yeah, what about the new features, Bottle Brain? So here's the new features. They backported the note saving from the 360 version, which I wasn't sure if they were going to do when I first heard this announcement. Then I watched the trailer and I saw this. This is cool. So when you die, normally in Banjo-Kazooie, you couldn't keep your notes. But in this recomp version, they add the 360 fix where you die, you actually keep your note score. But also, you keep them collected too, which is huge. You got smoother camera control with the right stick. You can also use high definition mod packs. This is the one that's currently out now, Banjo Reloaded by Ghostly Dark. This just works natively with the port. Upscales like all the textures. There's other mods that are on the way, like they showcased this one where it's just Doom being played in the puzzle, which I found to be kind of funny. I mean, Kazooie's like, nah, man, how original. Doom? I seen this every day. Show me something new. This is a big one because I've been interested in these ROM hacks that are both being shown here. Jiggies of Time and Nostalgia 64. Both of these are N64 ROM hacks of Banjo-Kazooie that are just entirely new games. And they just work in this recompilation. So that's pretty cool. I believe other N64 Banjo mods are on the way to the recomp. They can't just be like one-to-one ported over. There's gotta be some work done to make it compatible with the recomp, but these two are already available, which is really cool. So a lot of people are super excited for this recompilation just because it's Banjo-Kazooie, but now you can play it with modern hardware, super wide angles, play on whatever you want. Like now you got a portable version of the game because you can play it on Steam Deck. And it just shadow dropped. The day this came out, this trailer, it was out. And yeah, you can see it's available on everything. Windows, Linux, Mac. So the 5 people that play games on Mac, you can play Banjo-Kazooie. I know it's a joke, but it's just because Mac gaming is really not that popular. So yeah, we're going to play some Banjo-Kazooie now. Let's go ahead and get that recompilation all loaded up. Might take a second for it to get recognized on the stream side. Like, I think I know why it's not working. Because I set this up earlier and it probably just did not catch on my settings. Yeah, definitely didn't. I'll just manually capture the window. That'll be easier. Oh, it's really weird. It's not actually hooking. I had this working earlier, so I'm very confused. Okay, why can you hear but you can't see it is a new one to me. Okay, let me just close it. There's something about the transparent... No, it can't be overlay. That's really weird. Don't know why this is not working. I might have to do a different capture on this, which is really weird if I have to. But as I get this set up, let me go to the intermission. That'll make my life a little bit easier if I can get this fixed in between. So just give me 1 second, and we'll be right back.
One long, angry line later.
Got to work. I noticed that the overlay that was on earlier for the Mario 64 section, that was the reason why it didn't work, because I apparently still had MSI Afterburner running in the background, even though I closed it. That was weird. Also, good to see, even though I took over a month off, the issues with Twitch randomly disconnecting are still a thing. Because I noticed that as soon as I clicked on intermission, the Twitch stream was not only dropping frames, but just flat out disconnected. YouTube stream was fine. Are they ever going to fix that issue on Twitch, where the stream itself doesn't just implode? Or is that just forever cursed? Because that is not the first time that has happened, and I don't think it'll be the last for this year. That's kind of annoying. Alright, well, whatever. Now we can play the Banjo recompiled. So these are the settings here that are available. I have note saving turned on. I'm also going to turn on the analog camera, because I definitely want to see how that plays. Even the 360 version of this game doesn't have analog camera control. By default, the game is set to auto, which will just play the game at whatever resolution your window is. But if you go to original, you can downsample up to 4x. So the game originally runs at 240p, but doing downsampling, it's going to render in 2x at 480p, scale from 240p. 4x renders in 960p from the original 240p. So this is good if you're going to play with the original aspect ratio and then just try to get like the original game's like resolution, and then you can like bump down the frame rate from whatever your display is to original. So like these are cool ways if you wanted to play with the original look intact, but I'm going to play with no downsampling. I'm going to keep the resolution on my 1080p screen, and we're going to play at the detected refresh of 165. It's going to be 60 for you guys, but for me 165 FPS. You got anti-aliasing in this version of the game. It doesn't work on every GPU from what I understand, but it works on this one. I'm going to crank that to 4x. You can have the HUD placement moved around depending on your resolution, aspect, and all that, but I'm going to leave things on the 16:9 setting. Let's save all that. You can remap the controls, and by default, they already map some of the C buttons to extra buttons here. Although, I'm used to playing this with the 360 version. Just press one of the bumpers and then the other bumper, and that's how you do Talon Trot. By default, they map it where you have to press... I think it's still the left trigger. I think that's still crouch, and then you press Y. So it's C up, essentially, on like an X64 controller. It's a little bit weirder, so I'll have to get used to that. But other than that, everything else is pretty similar to how the 360 version controls. And then mods. I do have all of them. All 3. There's not many mods yet for this version of the game because it just came out. But the mods that are in the trailer, got them all installed. They're available on the GitHub page. So I'm going to play with the reloaded texture pack. And then I'm going to sample a little bit of Nostalgia and Jiggy a time. I'm not going to play them all right now, obviously. But we're going to sample those specific levels. And, specific mods, excuse me. And when you boot the game, it actually tells you, hey, do you want to play this or this or this? But, hang on a second. Did the stream just go down? Excuse me? No, we're just what the heck, Twitch? Okay, sorry. On my side screen, I had the stream playing, and it just went to the offline banner for a split moment. I don't know what the heck is going on with Twitch anymore. Good to see that even after a month away, the platform is still broken. Alright, as I was saying, when you select to play your game, it actually asks you if you have any of the game mods installed. If you want to play the original Banjo-Kazooie, or you want to play one of the ROM hacks like Jiggies of Time or Nostalgia 64. So I'm going to just play the original right now. What? Wait a minute. Did the add? Oh, I still have an aspect on original. That explains why the intro was in 4x3. I gotta turn this down a little bit. I think it did hiccup for a second on the Twitch side for the stream. I'm gonna apologize. If you're watching this on Twitch, I can't stop it. But Twitch is wanting to run yet another ad. This is like the third ad in the span of 5 minutes. And I have literally no control. This is really obnoxious to me. There's no ads playing right now on the YouTube side, so you should be better if you want to not have an ad over there. I'm gonna wait it out. I'm not gonna play the game yet until that 2 minutes is up. This is really annoying as a streamer. Because it's just, I can't control the timings on this stuff when the actual platform kicks me because it feels like it today. Come on, guys. Get your acts together. I learned recently, apparently, they had like these slew of servers and like chopped them up in like a third. There used to be, I think, 12 or 13 servers in North America, and now it's like 5. It is insane what happened in like the past year or two. At least for like the stream servers. Also, I'm not gonna watch the intro cutscene because I do have a file that already has the game beaten on here. I did that for simplicity's sake, so we don't have to watch. It's like 3 minutes, I think, or 4. It's a very long intro in the game. So by just having a file that's cleared, I can skip it. I don't have to worry about that part. Although it's kind of ironic I say that, because now I gotta wait 2 minutes because of Twitch ads, so it's not much better. It's not much better on the waiting. We're just gonna jump in. So I can just literally skip. So I'm gonna set this up. We're not gonna actually start playing the game until after the Twitch ads are up. Again, I apologize if you're watching this on Twitch. The platform is still extremely unstable, it seems like, for just keeping a broadcast live. Because I'll say now, with over a gigabit of upload, it's not my internet that's the problem anymore. I eliminated that bottleneck. If you don't want any interruptions, go watch on the YouTube side. I'll just say that if you're annoyed with Twitch's bugs, like me. I also want to see, do I still have that one file on here of saves? I think I should still have it. Yes, this is it. Save pack. Just have to re-download that real quick. I might want to refer to those saves later. Alright, so I was making sure I was doing things behind the scenes. I did select skip that tutorial because I don't need it. But, I'm gonna show off a cool little thing. I guess it'll be a little exclusive for on the YouTube side. It's a fun little Easter egg. If you go to look at the Bottles painting, before you actually get that one Jiggy and Treasure Trove Cove for the sandcastle, Bottles flat out just tells you, you can't do this yet. Which I never knew this. I never tried to immediately go in the house and look at the painting. Because I've only done this like near the end of the game. But yeah, you're not allowed to play Bottles' little puzzle game until you get the sandcastle Jiggy. Until then, he just locks you out. Alright, now we can start playing the actual game. So I'm gonna do this one first. This little secret. You don't need my help, so you're on your own until you get inside. What if I wanted? I'm still not helping you, so go away. This isn't funny. Stop calling me. This is your last warning. Don't do it again. You asked for it. I'm erasing your game pack in 3, 2, 1. Oh, no, we're sorry. We won't do it again. Okay. Let's get on rescuing Tui then, shall we? Yeah, I love that little Easter egg. Because if you skip the tutorial, then you can bottle bottles for that. But you can't do that if you actually do accept the tutorial. So just a little funny thing. But, yeah, no, this plays smooth. I'm used to playing this game with an Xbox controller. So on this front, the game feels pretty natural. In terms of the camera control, like this feels very, very smooth. And you can get some camera shots you were never able to get in both the N64 and the 360 version with this smoother camera. Like, this is really nice. Mind you, you still have the zoom out button. It's mapped to, by default, the left bumper. And then you can center the camera with the trigger, the right trigger specifically. I'm just gonna go straight into the castle. Because I'm not gonna fully play certain pieces. I think I'm gonna jump around here. Also, what was the skip button for text? Wasn't it supposed to be L? They mapped L to the right stick because it goes unused. Maybe some mods will use it, so they map it anyways. But I thought there was a way to skip text boxes when they come up with the L button, but it's not working here. I might be misremembering on that. I can at least skip these cutscenes that we've already seen in the game, technically. So that's not that bad. I could have swore there was a skip button for this stuff. Oh, nope, there we go. I think it's Y. I hit the Y button on the controller, so that was... No, wait. What is that mapped to again? It's mapped to C left. So C left is a skip button then. That's... Yeah, definitely something I forgot. Again, I haven't gone back to the N64 version in years. I was actually thinking of maybe playing this game at some point this year on a stream because I have like a little funny little like challenge idea. Well, it's not very much of a challenge. It's kind of like a goofy run. We can play through the game as the washing machine. I'm not playing it on the Switch version anymore. I'll play it on the PC recompiled because I get a better experience overall here. Not to mention, this is just easier. Like, a lot of the times, if I can play a game between console or PC for a stream, just some behind-the-scenes knowledge, I'll pick PC because it's just much easier on setup. I just turn on the computer and then just do like a game capture in OBS. Instead of having to set up the consoles and then get the capture card set up for that. I don't have to do any of that work. Alright, so let's test out that note thing. So I'm gonna grab these 7 notes and then just immediately die. Oh, it was A and B to skip, actually. Okay. Yeah, so now those notes are collected. All right. Now I wonder something on the opposite spectrum. Let us turn note saving off. And I'm gonna grab another set of notes that are in a different spot. They'll be easy to track, so we'll grab these ones. And now we gotta go die again. We use the enemies near the base. There's your best notes score text. The notes on the bridge are still gone. But the notes over here... Oh, they're also gone too. Okay, so I think there's a side effect of the note saving option. I wonder if that's something I can fix with a reset? Probably. I'm gonna do a full-on reset of the game for that too. So let's... I'll just do it. All F4, actually. Oh, nope, never mind, now it's working. It didn't show my mouse for a second. So I was like, just Alt F4. Then I did that to my browser, so that was a mistake. Alright, let's make sure note saving is still off. Banjo-Kazooie. Note saving, making sure, literally again. Now I gotta get other notes. Oh no, no, they're all back. Okay, okay, never mind. I don't have to get any other notes. I'll get the ones on the bridge and then die again. So I'm now learning how they handle the note saving option. It's a little weird at first for execution, but it has to be, I guess, a global toggle. So you need it on before you start playing your game. So now with note saving off, I die. The notes should be back on the bridge. Sure enough, they're back. But now let's leave. I'm gonna turn the option on. Turn that on. I'm gonna get a lot of the bottle pop-ups here because of how I'm playing it. Notes are gone. Wow, okay. So they're actively being saved to the file. And if you turn the option on and off, go in and out of the level, it actually changes the state of the notes. That is very interesting. So the reason why I was just screwing around a lot like that, trying to see how the note saving option works, is that the original N64 version of Banjo-Kazooie, if you die, the notes reset their location, you just save your notes score. The Xbox 360 version fixes that, so whenever you collect the notes, they stay saved in the level. They don't have to recollect them. But never before have I seen that specific option backported into Banjo-Kazooie on like emulators, for example. I don't even think ROM hacks have the note saving option either. So I was wondering on a technical level how they managed to get the note saving to work. And it seems to be kind of in a similar way to what the Xbox does. It's saving the notes directly to the file. But at the same time, flipping on and off the option, it only seems to work if you go in the level with note saving on. When you have it off, then it reverts back to the N64 function. It doesn't, like, it's weird to describe because it's like resetting the flags if you turn on and off the option. I don't know. I don't know how to break that down technical. I'm not the guy to be asking about how that option works. I'm just curious to see how it actually does, for my own sake. Now, one thing I want to see, and this is why I need to get Talon Trot. You can use whatever version of Banjo-Kazooie you have for the ROM's sake. I think it's compatible with all of them. So I patched this with the 1.0 version of Banjo-Kazooie for the North American version in particular. So I think there should be a certain glitch intact. Kind of wish I could skip all this. I thought I found the button. I guess I'm not finding it ever. Button will just be a mystery. Forgot how bad the tutorial section of this game could be because it takes a bit for the momentum to get started. But then after you're out of like at least the first Jiggy or so in the first world, then it actually just opens up on pacing. Alright, let's see if this even works. Oh yeah, this is working. Okay. So in the 1.0 version of Banjo-Kazooie, there was, like a frame or two of timing when you hit a slope. You can jump off of it again, and then you can use that to scale up the termite tower like this. You're not supposed to be able to get up here without the termite, but it's just barely possible to do this with Banjo and Kazooie. So that's something the Xbox version doesn't have. So this works on PC. Although it's a little bit harder probably at 60 frames because I have a little bit of less time to react to the frame rate. You know the game is still internally running at 30, not mistaken, just like with the decom ports. I don't know how to do this, so to be fair, I'm just winging it. The fact that I got up here is a miracle. I just wanted to showcase this. Like, it's possible. If you knew certain glitches that worked in the N64 version, they're gonna work in this version, because that's all this is. It's just the N64 game again, not the 360 version. Which also means, in terms of another thing in this game, the stop and swap functionality is the same as it was back on N64. Which means you're typing in passwords that are like a novel long if you want to get the 6 colored eggs and the ice key, which don't do anything in the N64 version, so I wouldn't bother. But yeah, you can still do stop and swap here, obviously. I just don't recommend it. In the 360 version, if you have a save for Banjo-Tooie or Nuts and Bolts on your 360, then you don't have to type in the passwords. The areas just become available. In terms of the graphical look here, though, I want to see. Let's turn off the HD textures here. This is how the game looks without those set textures, which, mind you, still looks pretty good, being upscaled to 1080p natively, but once you start using these newer textures in the Banjo Reloaded mod, it is a night and day difference. Like, this is super clean. So, actually, how much better does that look compared to 360? I do have some old 360, old 360 footage I can reference, so we can just compare it. Okay, give me a second to pull it up, because it's something from the depths of the archives. I need to actually remember, where exactly is it? Okay, here we go. I found it. Just gotta give me 1 second here. Let's see if we can just compare this area. I think that'd be the better case. I don't think I ever show pause in this, do I? No, okay, so I'll just have to take a random still. Not the end of the world. I'll use this still. Yeah, here we go. I'll use this image. Okay, so this is a good shot here. Actually, I do need to get a Jinjo for this, because the shot I'm referencing also has a Jinjo. Okay, even the text is still going. I don't really care about that. I can show the text in the pause menu. Thank you. So this is how the N64 version looks using the BK Reloaded mod, and by comparison, this is how the game looks from the 360, because again, on the 360 version, they went in and actually updated a lot of the different assets of the game, so a lot of the icons for things and the actual like font was all changed. So it does look a little bit cleaner in the Xbox version compared to the N64, but with this mod, I think it's a good hybrid between the original look and the newer style, because honestly, the thing I don't like is the Jinjos, because you look at the Jinjo here, and it's a nice slim body, but you look at the heads in the 360 version, and they just like are stretched. I never liked how the Jinjo icons looked on 360. Not to mention, look at the coloring too. So the background here is a great example. If you can look out here, for example, on like the textured road or even like the wall here in the edges, and then you go look at the N64 version, you can see that there's a lighting difference here. And keep in mind that this was, like, the footage I'm showing was played off an Xbox One. So it'd be the same if it was on Xbox 360, One, Series S, or X. It's the same look. But the 360 version of Banjo-Kazooie is just inherently darker in some areas. And you, like, again, you notice it when you're looking at specifically just, like, shadowed areas or any areas that have a darker look to them, like with the wall textures. Compared to the N64 version, which is just a lot brighter, and I feel like the colors pop more on N64. So, I don't know if I see myself going back and playing the 360 version now, just because of this version existing. It gives me the best of both worlds on overall look, which I do prefer. But, let's go ahead and quit, because I'm going to play another level here. I'm not going to play this specific world. So, you know what? I guess I'll let the cutscene play out here as I get the file prepared. Let's see. Any requests in particular? What world you guys want to see? Because I have access to save files that have all of them available. I'm just going to drag and drop a save into this. That will just make this easier. Because I think the big one I know a lot of people probably wanting to see is the infamous level, if I had to bet. Yep, I knew, as soon as I was thinking it, I knew a Rusty Bucket would appear in my chat. So, I had a feeling that's the one people would ask for. I'll get that one set up. Mad Monster done, extra stuff done. Yeah, we'll do extra stuff done, because I think that should just put me in the level. And now, the hardest part for me is I need a save converter for this. Because I need to convert an EEP save to an SRM save and then rename it .bin. As tentacle as that sounds. The weird thing is that PC recompile and decom ports, they use .bin saves. No emulators use that, so that's why this is a little more complicated. So, let me see. N64. How did I do this again? Is that based on Mr.? I think it was based on Mr. N64, I think this will work. Emulator raw, okay, so that's what I need. I need to convert this. I forgot how complicated this was. I did this the other day to set up this file, and I forgot how I did it. Stupid as that sounds. It's not control. Oh, no, I remember what I did. It's even more complicated, actually. Oh, crap. I have another save exporter that I need. It's like layers of save exporters here, but bear with me. That's why I'm letting the intro just play out so you guys have something to see. Re-download this file. I need an N64 save converter, because all the saves you find online are going to be in EEP format, which I believe works on actual N64. And why does it tell me I need Java all of a sudden? I just used this program literally the other day. What? Okay. Hang on. Oh, here we go. I got the real tool now. This is for RetroArch saves, and that's exactly what I'm asking. Okay, so give me the GUI. Can I get this file? Here we go. Okay, now I can actually work with this. Convert my save. Now it's converted to SRM. Perfect. All right, we got our save ready. I do have to quit the game, though, because I need this save to reload. So let's quit out. And now while I'm here, let's go to my saves. And I'm just going to copy this as a in case I screw things up thing. But we should be all set now. All right, $1 million question. Let's find out. I got my save in. Start my game. $512. Okay, it worked. This is the save that has Rusty Bucket. Now, I don't know how the save is set up for the actual warps. We'll find that one out. Let's go find out. My muscle memory is hitting the wrong button for the camera, because I believe on the Xbox it's actually the bumper and not the trigger. So I keep on hitting right bumper to change the camera, but it's right trigger on this. That's the only thing that's messing me up, but to be fair, I can remap every button in this if I want. But I'm leaving it on default button mapping, because it's not bad. Alright, and then to confirm, I don't think this file went into Rusty yet, right? No, it did not. It doesn't even have any stop and swap yet. So we're good. We can just play the worst level of the game. I don't think this is as bad as a lot of other people are saying, but it is still pretty bad. Like, it has its moments. But thankfully, again, we are playing with the note saving option. So if you die in this kind of level, it's not super punishing. This is why I recommend people just play this game on the 360 in particular, because of the note saving alone. But now, 360 or the PC version, because they both have the same quality of life. I forgot, I wasn't supposed to come here yet. I need to actually do something else to make this easier, so I'm kind of doing this the hard way. Whatever. That's why I have note saving on. What's wrong? Idiot. That's all. Let's do the thing you're supposed to do first. And actually, like, slow down things. Wait, it's not here. I haven't played this game, actually, in 5 years. So I'm gonna be a little rusty and remember where to go. So bear with me on that one. Loading is instant on this version. It takes a little bit to load in between every area if you're playing on the actual N64. So seeing just how snappy the game is on PC is really nice. I'm playing this off of a SATA SSD, so it's still on solid state, but it's not the fastest drive. And that doesn't really matter. You can play this game off of like a USB flash drive and still probably be faster on N64. Oh, now I remember. Why am I going to every building? It just clicked back to me. It's over here. Don't worry, if you're yelling at your screens of, hey, go this way, don't worry. I remembered. I was yelling at myself as soon as I remembered where to go. Just gonna wait this one out, because I have a feeling if I try to jump this, it's gonna end in pain, so, no. Alright, now the rush begins. Gotta get over to the other side of the ship in only like, what, 2 minutes? Not even, it's like 1. Got it. Alright, we're good. You always get that Jiggy out of the way first. Anytime you're playing this level, get the hardest ones out now. Especially if you're playing the original on 64 with the whole no note saving thing. But, yeah. The rest of the level now is at your own kind of pacing, so I don't have to worry too much. I just gotta get out of this water before I drown. There we go. I almost actually did drown because I couldn't get on the ledge. Alright, now I want to try the other hard thing that's in this level. Not going to guarantee I get this on my first try, but I do want to try the boss skip. So I'm going to go for that next. I'm going to take a detour into this pipeline, because I'm right here. I could have swore that that had a honeycomb piece. Did this file already have? Yeah, let me see. 2, 1 or 2. No, okay. I think this is just for the mumbo token then. Alright, well, I got the Momo token then. Sure. I could have swore that that had something else. I remember where the second honeycomb piece is now. Even notes, man. No notes. Yeah, this is playing very smooth, which I'm not surprised, and I do feel like some recompile ports have it a little bit better compared to decomps for performance, because recompiled and decompiled is kind of a different beast, even though they're both kind of, at the end of the day, kind of doing the same thing. I don't know, like, the full technical differences between them, so I can't, like, give you a good rundown, but a recompilation of the game essentially is trying to mimic the original hardware that it was played on, and then it's taking that code and translating it to something that like modern hardware can use, like a PC. But it doesn't have like the full access to the actual game code like a decompilation does, because a decompilation takes the code bit by bit and converts that to something a computer could use, for example. which is how you get a lot more options for decompilation games, like with Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask, Mario 64, stuff like that. That's why things are a little bit different for those ports. All right, now I gotta see what's my no, not that button. All right, I need that one. Did it. Now just push him back a little bit more and boss skip. If you shoot an egg right before the cutscene starts, you can hit this boss before the cutscene itself plays, which then puts the Jiggy inside of that box, and then we can just peace out. Boss fight? What's that? Alright, let's go ahead and clean out some of the other stuff I was starting to do in here. I also kind of want to go get a transformation, if that makes sense. What is the... Yeah, there's nothing in here, so I can just leave. What is the code you need to become a washing machine? I think I want to become a washing machine. I just have to get the one Jinjo again, but that's not that big of a deal. I just remembered about that now. Let me look it up. Alright, Washer Banjo. I might have to put an extra code to get it started, because I believe this is a reward for doing the bottle stuff, but I am not doing any of that in this file, so I think I have to bypass it. Which, that's not too big of a deal. I think I just put it in Shido, and then I can just type in the code. Also figured this is a good timing to put on the washing machine sheet, if I can do it, because I knew an ad break was coming up on Twitch, so I'm just kind of buying time. Alright, what's the poop button? Is it the other trigger? Yeah, it's the other one. So it's right bumper to spit, left bumper to poop. Now, I'm not giving you context on that. Imagination. Just get rid of him immediately. Okay, so before we do anything else, let me read up on how to get this code working. Okay, let's see. Other. So let's see if I can do this with cheat. I've never tried this before, because I've only ever done the washing machine thing after the bottles game. But in theory, this should just still work, right? Let's find out. If you type in sheet, now I can put in whatever code I want. Now, mind you, if you're doing this on the Xbox 360, the game actually disables autosaving due to the achievement leaderboards, which is extremely stupid, because who cares about a leaderboard score for a single-player video game, especially one that was released in 1998? So, you never use cheat codes in the 360 version because it turned off your saves entirely. You couldn't get past that. So, yeah, this is going to be the definitive version for cheating. So let's do the code. So Wishy, Washy, Banjo. Oh, it does not work. I guess the bottle codes only work if you had his game completed. That sucks, because I didn't want to go and do the whole bottles thing just to get the wishy-washy banjo. I thought that was one of the codes you can bypass with cheat. That's unfortunate. That was a big waste of time. I guess while I'm here, I can do something else. Trying to see what else I can do that's not, you know, game breaking. Like, I can open levels, I can remove things, which not really helpful in this instance. I can open worlds, again, not that useful. Actually, not that useful in this instance. You know what? We'll do one of these stop and swap ones, because I'm already here. These suck to put in, so that's why I'm gonna do the one. And it's gonna be in the world we're going to anyway, so it's this. Okay. Alright, be prepared for the next 5 minutes of your life if you do all these codes. Actually, no, it's like 20 minutes. It's terrible. I'm only gonna show off the one egg. I came here, I'm gonna get used out of this room. Okay, so now I initiated it. I gotta do the rest. So this. Secret. Yol. No apostrophes in this, just go straight for the L's. B. Grabbing. In. The. Captains. Cabin. This is the last part we need to put in. I almost missed the A because I was getting sidetracked. That's why I've been saying the words individually. Because these cheat codes are a book long. But after this end, this should just give us a new cutscene. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? After all that? No, really. So the problem also with these codes is that because they're a mile long, if you misinput literally one thing, start over, forehead. I don't know why they didn't activate. I must have missed one letter. I think maybe I missed like B and grabbing. I'm not doing that again because it takes like a metric long code time period. I'll show the egg when we get over the area, but that's just really stupid, man. Codes do work on this. I'm just terrible at typing them in. This is also, by the way, the code thing. Because they disable the saves in the 360 version, that is why you need a copy of Banjo-Tooie or Nuts and Bolts for the 360, and you need to at least have played them to make the save on your 360 for those stop and swap items to even appear. Because the codes do still work in that version of Banjo-Kazooie. Problem, if you try to input the codes, the game will disable autosaving, so you can't get the stop and swap items. And you want the stop and swap items for both Banjo-Tooie and Nuts and Bolts because they actually do the stop and swap technology on 360. The games are actually linked between all three of their save files. In this version, it's completely pointless because there was a timing change in the actual N64 hardware, so Rare couldn't actually get the idea where they can literally swap the cartridges around. It could damage systems, and they were told to drop it. So that's why it's just kind of left in the code, but stop and swap went unused. No, really? I'll show the stop and swap item you get for that because I do have footage of that happening. Again, I have some raw footage I can just refer back to. I'm just kind of annoyed I missed probably like one letter. Again, I hate the stop and swap codes. They are a metric mile long. I don't like how long they are, but they were never meant to be something that you can crack on your own without like some kind of a guide. I think they were originally made to be something you probably heard of from like a promotional event, which would have helped promote Banjo-Tooie by the time the codes would have been shared around. But because Stop and Swap was dropped, that never happened, so the codes were just shared around at that point, I think in like magazines and then later online. So let's just get the Stop and Swap thing out of the way, because I'm bitter. So, right here specifically is where your item would be spawned in after doing that code. Just gotta give me a moment so I can get to that actual part in question. Okay, so now let me turn on my browser feed. If I got the code correct, by the way, I would have seen this cutscene. So that's how I knew I mistyped like one letter. And yeah, the egg just spawns on top of the bed here in the captain's room. It's kind of random, that's just like on the bed itself. But here it is. Oh god, I forgot also how that HUD is so stretched in this version. Because that's here on Xbox 360. That's here in PC via the N64. I forgot how bad like the UI was in this specific game because they didn't bother to make certain elements widescreen compatible. They just took the images and then stretched it the widescreen. Because now I'm seeing the honeycombs here and the Banjo-Kazooie icon, and I go back to the N64 recomp, which is native widescreen, like 100% native, not like 98% like the 360. Yeah, there's a night and day difference. Holy crap. I just had to remember what the code was. That's why I looked at that wall. So 312111. I almost said the wrong code as soon as I said, what is it? We'll type in the code correctly here on the side of the ship. Then we'll get a Jiggy. You get one of these wrong, you just get hurt. Then you have to redo it. That's why it's better to fact check. Is the code the same every time? Yeah, the code doesn't randomize because it's just on the side of the ship. So if you already know the code ahead of time, you can get this Jiggy without looking at it. Which is usually what I do when I'm playing this game, but since it's been a few years, I might as well refresh my memory. In some ways, I'm also still kind of like shaking off the rust from like not streaming in over a month. And even like video-wise, I haven't recorded anything in this amount of time either. I started to, like about a week or so ago, get back to recording Pikmin 2 stuff. That should resume on the YouTube channel within the next, I would say like 2 weeks, because I'm waiting until I can get the last cave finished, and then I'll start posting the videos. Oh my, I keep on hitting every button because I'm not used to like what's the combination for doing the lunge in this version, because it's not the same as what I'm used to. Why my brain just turning off? Again, shaking off that rust. But yeah, I can give you guys a little bit behind the scenes thing for the Pikmin 2 videos. That should be coming back in February, because I only have one more thing to record in like the main game, and that is the final cave, the Dream's Den. So I just have that part in particular. Once I get that done, then I'll be confident to release the videos again. And I'm not going to be done with the game after that, because I still have the whole challenge mode to go through, and that's going to take some time. Probably a handful of videos if I had to bet. To put a number on it, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 5. 5 videos would make sense. But I don't know yet. I haven't recorded it, so how am I supposed to know how long it's going to be? Why did I try to surface there? I didn't know that was an air pocket. That was weird. But yeah, I'm excited now to be back to streaming in general. Like, taking off that month was definitely needed for my mental health, but now I'm recharged and I got everything all situated with like other projects working behind the scenes, like I said, with the video stuff. Getting the new internet installed, that was another big reason why I took off some extra time, because I needed to get a lot of stuff sorted out with changing out my internet from cable internet to fiber. That's not just as simple as putting a new box in and saying go. I had to do a lot of behind the scenes stuff to get everything up and running. But now I'm excited to get back to streaming full time. I'm really looking forward to the thing we're doing tomorrow on stream. So if you've seen on the schedule that I posted out, tomorrow we're going to be playing an Ocarina of Time mod. It's called Transformation Masks in OOT. Now you may be asking, what the heck is that? Because the name alone sounds very vague, but if you maybe follow the Zelda 64 like modding scene, or even just people who like play a lot like the Zelda 64 games in general, Ocarina or Majora, you might have seen it already. I've known about this from watching a lot of streamers play it. But transformation masks were a thing in Majora's Mask between Deku, Goron, Zora, and Fierce Deity. And because of the decomp ports for Ocarina and Majora, like all the work for the decompilation stuff, someone was able to actually get those masks from Majora's Mask ported over into Ocarina of Time. So you can play the entire game with all 4 of the transformation masks from start to finish. It's really cool. So I'm gonna be playing through that. I was actually thinking of just doing that as a showcase, but the more I started to like prepare a file for it, the more I was like, I gotta play the whole game like this. Because there's so many goofy things when you're using the different transformation masks for cutscenes. Not to mention, just finding creative ways to play through certain parts of the game with just the masks alone. It's like a whole new experience. So I'm gonna probably just end up playing the whole thing, because it's too addicting not to play the whole game like that. So I hope people are gonna be looking forward to that tomorrow. And again, with Thursday, I posted out as well in the schedule. We're going to be looking at the new update for Splatoon 3, because I did actually revamp a lot of the game's battle mode in this update by changing up certain things about it, adding essentially like a kill streak style, like beaver mode, whatever they called it. We'll probably end up like looking at the trailer on Thursday before I play it. And then also they rebalanced the game a little bit too, because they actually nerfed the stealth jump ability by quite a lot. So it takes a lot longer now to jump between areas if you have stealth jump on. So they're still like keeping up with Splatoon 3, balancing up the game and all that. So yeah, we'll just play that on Thursday, kind of hang out. Because also another thing, I'm gonna say this, probably on this part of the stream now, because I'm just kind of screwing over my banjo. So I can kind of freely talk about whatever. Not really worry about focusing on the game too much, even though I'm going to have a fish shop at our rear ends. Don't worry about it. 2026, I have a lot of plans on things I want to do, but at the same time, I'm not going to stress myself out too much about like doing certain things at certain times, if that makes sense. So an example of this is that every week when I'm making the schedule, I have to think, what am I going to put on the schedule for this week? What am I wanting to play? And I have to think of that in advance. Sometimes that gets overwhelming, and then I have moments of, I have no idea. Now I don't even know if I want to stream, because I don't know if I want to do this or this or this. I can't commit to anything. So I'm going to be a little bit more laid back with some of the ideas I have for this year too. Like I'm already writing down a list of things so I don't feel that choice anxiety hit. But at the same time, we might have more nights like this, where I'm just kind of playing whatever in the future. Like, I did like how last year we did sample those demos, and that's kind of what encouraged me to do this tonight, because I had some ideas of things to play that I had, obviously, in my own head, then I asked around some friends and got some ideas too. That's how I ended up playing, like I was wanting to play the Banjo Recompile on stream, but I also got that suggestion, and it was a good suggestion. So, yeah, like I say, I'm probably going to end up having more streams this year where I just kind of play a bunch of different games probably at once, or just boot up something I just feel like playing now. Not going to stress out too much about trying to do like very specific kind of playthroughs, if that makes sense. Like those challenge runs or 100% runs we did last year. I'm still going to be doing those, don't get me wrong. I mean, I already have one lined up that I want to do this year. I won't say what it is just yet in case I change my mind of when it's starting. But I'm gonna just like try to not stress out too much about streaming this year as I did last year, because I kind of felt like I really, because of the schedule stuff, especially adding a third day, really did overwhelm myself a little bit more on having to do this or that on a certain day, and I don't always have to do that. Like one of the things I want to do this year too is I want to play more multiplayer games with, you know, you guys in the chat. I want to play more like Splatoon, Mario Kart, Smash, Mario Party, Kirby, like stuff like that. And I didn't do as much of that last year as I would have liked because I was focusing more on all the different things on the schedule we already had. So focusing mainly on the single player playthroughs. But this year I would like to change it up a little bit. Maybe at least do maybe 1 to 2 multiplayer sessions a month with chat. I'm not gonna like pencil it in fully, so no guarantees, but that's kind of like my internal idea of what I want to do. Because that would just, you know, kind of spice things up. Yeah, I can't make that, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, how's your Mario Kart stuff going, Matt, by the way? Because you're working through all the open world challenges at the moment, right? I still need to do that myself. And to be fair, that could be a thing I do on a stream as well. Maybe just casually or just boot up a new file to do that. Oh, cool. Unlocked all the characters. And the costumes. Nice. You've had to have had an easier time now unlocking all the characters from the Kamek thing, because it's so better now via the later updates. Like, honestly, I would just go in custom item mode with Kamek and then just rotate out the item on certain maps. Like, that fixes so much. Oh, that's another one. Speaking of custom items, I want to also do that too. Like, this year, minus Donkey Kong from the beginning of this stream, we played 2 fan mods tonight, or fan projects in general, recomp and decomp games. I do want to kind of like play a little bit more of some ROM hack or randomizer stuff, or just like fan projects in general. Maybe not full playthroughs of certain games, we'll see on that one. But I do kind of want to like shout out some more of those mods and such. And the reason why I thought of that, because of custom items, Retro Wii Ride, Mario Kart Wii's mod, that just got an update, I think yesterday, that added custom items to Mario Kart Wii. It's the first time in like, what, 18 years that that game has seen a custom items option, and it is actually insane. Not to mention, there's just so many cool tracks in that, so like, stuff like that I might just want to do, maybe as one-offs. Now, let me get to Jinjo before I forget him, because that's like the easiest Jinjo to forget in this area. Alright, we're good. Now we can get out of here. So yeah, there's a lot of ideas I have for 2026. I'm definitely going to make this year a little bit more varied, but at the same time, still kind of like do the things that I'm more known for, I would say, at this point. Like with some of the challenge runs we've done, 100% runs, maybe in randomizers. I actually have an idea of the next randomizer I want to do, which I'll say is sooner rather than later. I won't say when just yet, because I'm still working out the settings. But I know I'm due for a rando, because it's been a while. We were going to do a randomizer last year with Pikmin Squared. I was going to play through that rando specifically for Pikmin 1. It just didn't work out on the timeline because of how December was kind of a mess for me on streaming. So we never finished playing Pikmin Squared. I still need to play through Louie's Quest to unlock the extra options for randomizer, and I wanted to do that first before actually playing it. So we'll also return to play Pikmin Squared at some point this year too. I'm not going to pencil in when just yet, but I would probably want to do that for the next couple weeks. You caught an alpha shiny Drillbur? Okay, man, what kind of lottery luck is that? Alphas are already hard enough to get the spawn in certain areas for a certain Pokemon you want, let alone it being shiny. You are getting super lucky during your ZA playthrough for these shinies, man. It's insane. How many does that make for you now? You want to share with the class? Because I actually lost count. I think that was like 7? Maybe 6 or 7? Okay, so yeah, that's why I'm losing count, because it's more than I even knew about. So a shiny Roserade from yesterday makes another one, so again, I'm losing count myself. You've got a lot of shinies during your playthrough, that's insane. And you don't even have the shiny charm. This is just by playing it. After like what, the 20 hours I put into ZA so far, I've only found one shiny, and one of the most common Pokemon in the game. There's a shiny Fletchling. Not to say it's bad, it's just very common mon, so I guess I'm not too surprised that was my first shiny. Six if you don't count the free Mareep. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't count that in this argument because your luck on finding everything else is insane. So, yeah, 6 is a lot. And that's, again, no shiny charm. Alright, I have one more Jiggy. How many notes do I have? That's bugged. I definitely have more than 0. Unless, wait, did the notes just not load? Because of note saving? Wait a minute, what the heck happened with the notes? I'm actually kind of curious about that now, because my notes are at 256. I'll keep an eye on that number to see if it increases, but I'm thinking the notes have glitched, because I just got to think about that. I haven't seen a note in a while, which is very abnormal. This could be a bug of the note saving option, because again, I've not played a version of Banjo-Kazooie on N64, ROM hack or otherwise, that has note saving available. It's just the 360 version that has that option, which the 360 version, I don't know how that mode works exactly, how the note saving works internally, but it's saving every collected note to the file directly. So should this version, but it's doing it, I guess, differently? And that could be problematic right now. Do you like Drillbur? I mean, Excadrill is fantastic, so yeah. I think that was one of my favorite Gen 5 Mon. Like, brand new Mon. It was a really cool one. Doesn't help that I always think of, because of the drill stuff, I just think of Gurren Lagann. Just gotta name the thing, like, yeah, just name it Gurren Lagann, because that was the name of the Big Mac. Yeah, okay, so the notes are kind of screwed. Because there should be notes here, and there's not a single one. Okay. I don't know if I want to run this back just for notes. I don't think that's worth it. I'm probably not, but I'm going to leave the level, turn off note saving, and come back, because something did bug out. Note saving should not have affected the note spawn rate? Okay, I got 1 of 10. Let's leave. I'm gonna turn back on the option after we leave. My best note score is 1. Wow. You suck. Notes are back to 256. 1 of 100. And they're gone. Okay, yep, there's something bugged. Okay, so I don't know if this is a problem because I have a custom save file into this, or if it's also just a corporate recomp, because This did just come out only a few days ago. When was that trailer again? Because I think I still have it up. Actually, I'll just look at the GitHub. I think I can get to the... Yeah, I can get to GitHub faster. Yeah, 1.0 released 3 days ago, so very new release. Could still have bugs. I think I found one major one with the note saving. But also, I'm using a save file that's converted from the N64 into the recomp. This is just so I can play levels in whatever order I want, and this is not normally what I recommend other people to do. The note feature seemed to work fine when I was playing a new file in the recomp, so I think this might have to be more a bug related to my save file being imported, because it's just getting confused. Because my notes should not be at 256. 256 is an internal code thing. Because realistically, my notes are probably more than that. Yeah, 701. Because that saved the one note here. And 701. So... I don't know what's going on there on a technical level, but there's definitely something broken with the note saving. I hope it is just because of how I imported an N64 save and the recomp just doesn't really know how to handle the file that's in here. Because it worked fine at Mumbo's Mountain. So, alright. I'm not doing the notes. Screw that. I played the hardest level in the game. I think I'm good on that. Now, I'm not going to play these for too long. In fact, I might actually do full playthroughs of these games in the future. But I do want to at least show off a little bit of the two N64 mods that are in this. So I'm going to play a tiny bit of both of these. Not any more than like 30 minutes apiece, at most. So, the first one is Banjo-Kazooie, The Jiggies of Time, recompiled. Oh god, I forgot. This is very fast because you're walking in between things. So this is the mod creator name. This is where you can find more of their mods. Kirko has made a lot of Banjo-Kazooie mods, if I'm not mistaken. And please do not pay for these mods. If you're buying a cartridge for this, you're getting ripped off because they're free. So don't be that guy. Don't sell this. The vast deep forest of Hyrule. You can still hear me jumping, by the way. It's kind of weird. And then you just teleport it in. Oh, there's a little N64 over here with the Jiggies of Time being played on it. That's cute. Very low poly, but again, N64. You can't expect much. This was released in 2020, by the way, but this version, 2026. Also, you may have noticed, this does work with, can I, like, oh, there you go. This does work with the BK Reloaded texture pack, but it's not changing everything, because I'm pretty sure that's not changing the honeycombs. Yeah, that's unaffected, but the rest of the graphics are. I don't know where that Jinjo is, but I can't jump to save my life right now. So, let's, get to the part where we can do the tutorial. Tell Balls to screw off, and then I can get my moves. Hey guys, who's ready for an adventure? I only wanted the Diet Zelda, so I'm just gonna take a small sampling. That's why we're not gonna read too much of this, because I'm just gonna sample a little bit of the game. I wouldn't mind doing a full playthrough on stream of this if people would be interested. Both this and Nostalgia 64 games I've been wanting to play for a while. Like this, since it came out in 2020. But I just never got around to it. I'm glad now I can just play it on the recomp. The reason why I haven't played a lot of these mods is I don't want to deal with N64 emulation, because it's kind of a mess. Do I have to actually learn my moves? Can I just at least start with the basics? Okay, good. Press B if you think you're good enough. Yeah. I'm good enough. I remember how to play the game. I just played Rusty Bucket Bay. Alright, I'm going back in because I don't know where that Jinjo was. Oh, there's a shock jump disc, so that's probably what it is. Yep. He's just chilling up there. Can't jump on this table. Ha, they knew. They knew you probably just like jump on the table and then backflip. Yeah, you would need more height. I like the little attention to detail here that you got Link's clothing on the wall, but I can see what looks like the belts for both adult Link and young Link. That or it could be like the sword satchel belt for what Link wears in Majora's Mask. Can I break this now? Something tells me I might need to come back with the ground pound on that one. Because that definitely looks like something I can open. What do I look like, a fairy? You said you didn't need help, so scram! Oh, does he do the thing here too? Hurry up, will ya? There's a big world to explore before you find the witch. If I was the main character, I'd be beating the last level by now. That's it. If you don't take this new adventure seriously, I'll delete your save file. You have to start from scratch. You asked for this. Your save file is going bye-bye. 3, 2, 1. Wait, no, we won't do it again. We'll play serious, I promise. That's more like it. Now go and save Hyrule. Alright, good. I had a feeling that bit would still be here. Oh, I should probably test the note thing. Wait, actually, I don't know if Jiggies at Time actually has note saving built in by default, so... I think it does, because of all the different areas you go through. Oh. Brendelda is the shop manager. Interesting. From the Hyrule to aid you in defeating my nasty sister. I clues about each area of Hyrule which will certainly help you in your adventure. Each time you find me, I'll give you 3 clues. Press B to hear them. 2 Kokiri Forest shock jump discs are hidden. One is buried under the leaves. Follow the pizza boxes to find an old friend. And the ancient tree is the key to the door in the Lost Woods. Honestly, the most helpful one is probably the pizza thing. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's cute. The Deku tree with the Ocarina of Time logo. And that's Link going into it. Can I get that right now? Oh yeah, there we go. I love the remix, by the way, of the shop theme in the Banjo-Kazooie sound font. Really good. Oh, hey! Shouting out a content creator for a game guide, so shout out to Mark Kirko. To be fair, it's also the dev, so shout out to myself. Hey, at least there is a game guide, because ROM hacks usually have that problem where you're stuck. Good luck. Can I not break that door? Okay, that must be opened by a switch. Actually, I think all these doors can't break, so maybe not even supposed to go in the doors, to be fair. I do need some of these notes, because I don't know if I'm gonna go to where the note door is. It's probably like 100 to get out of here. From what I can see, I definitely need to learn the move for egg shooting, so I can actually do anything here. I guess we're not getting the sword today, because of random rocks. Hate to see it. Thankfully, I know how to break rocks. If this was young Link, he'd be screwed. Oh, that's a cool design for the enemies here. They're tree people. And there's a Jiggy where the sword would be, because I don't need a sword, I have a bird. Same idea. I thought I saw something up there, but I guess that must have just been a leaf. There's a Jinjo. Okay, so this is just the same text from the base game because that was one-to-one what we just saw earlier back in Mumbo's Mountain. Oh, I see a thing here. Is that a world? Lost Woods. That must count as a world transition. Oh, this is another one of the tutorial molehills. Alright, he's like, I'm not a fairy. Please stop calling me that. That's offensive. Let's go see what the stick upgrade would lead to. First things first. Oh, that's still a tutorial guy? Really? Okay. I guess we're still technically in the same world. This must count as a note door, I would assume? Because I can't just burst that open. Yeah, this is playing really nice. I mean, I can't really say too much more because it kind of speaks for itself how the game's being played out right now. It's just good performance, a lot of options. The fact that I have an analog camera's nice. Oh, here we go. This is one of my first things. Oh, but I need the shock pad first. Just messing with me, aren't you, Squinty? Man, that's offensive. I almost feel like you could maybe make that. But I need to get to that tree, and then I can jump over here. But I do hear a pot? I don't know where that guy could be. Dude, it just looks like you could almost make that just from a backflip. Alright, well, I'm not gonna bother. I'm gonna come back there later when I can actually do something with the shock pad. Well, I guess Goron Village just doesn't exist. Must be in our tutorial thing. That's the exit, so we're gonna go to the right instead. It's a boulder. As I was saying, I'm going to the right. Here's how I would get to Zora's River. Zoras don't exist either. Okay, cool. I mean, the areas might naturally exist, but the shortcuts, they're not gonna work, obviously. Can't go any further than this, though. Door's locked. So I need to learn the shock move first, because I need to be able to high jump. How the heck do I get to him? Oh, I see a bridge, so I guess well, I still don't see how I make it over there without a move. Okay, I do kind of want to test something, though. I got the notes here. Okay, so I got some notes here and there. Let's save and quit. Nice game over music right from Ocarina of Time. Obviously, the notes should stay because I actually forgot to turn the option off. That's my bad. Sure enough. Let's just do a hard reset of the game itself. Because I don't know if this had note saving built in. Because again, I didn't play the original ROM hack when it came out. No, it did not. Okay. So that note saving option is actually a really big deal for the ROM hacks too. So if you were playing a game like this and didn't want to recollect every single note every single time you die, which For a game like this, you're gonna die a lot. That's kind of the nature of a Zelda game. Since you're trying to explore a lot of different areas at the same time, you're also gonna have a lot of mishaps dealing with enemies or trying to solve puzzles and whatnot. And since, you know, this specific Jiggies of Time ROM hack is mimicking how Zelda plays, I expect to die a lot. So I'm gonna be losing my notes every other minute, maybe, in later sections. So note saving, huge deal, because now I don't have to worry about that for this kind of game. And yeah, I do think what we were seeing in Rusty Bucket Bay had to have been a save file issue, because I imported a save from the actual N64 version, and then converted it from a save editor, so that probably broke some stuff with the note saving. I wouldn't be surprised. But no, this is like a really cool ROM hack. I'm probably gonna end up playing the other one now because I don't want to be on stream too much longer. Probably like another half an hour of that. So I might just swap to Nostalgia 64 here in like next 5 minutes or so. I'll see if I can open the way maybe to at least Kokiri Forest. It says something about pizza. So if I can find a pizza box, that will help. And if I can't find it, then I'm going to just move on to looking at Nostalgia 64 for a bit. Because again, I wouldn't be opposed to actually playing through this fully on like a stream or something. In terms, I think I might have talked about this at the end of last year. I can't remember. But I've relegated a lot of the first playthroughs of games we've been doing now to just like certain games, if that makes sense. Like I've been doing less and less of them, and instead wanting to do more first impressions. Just because it's a little draining to play every game on a stream, because I want to play certain things, and then relegating into a stream means I can't play that certain game until that stream day rolls around, and that's happened way too many times to count. And I'm getting to a point now where I'm wanting to play more games on my own time again, so I feel like ROM hacks, mods, or like specific games in general have been working a little bit better for the first playthrough stuff instead. Like I've been playing, instead of full-blown releases, I've played some like the ROM hacks instead. We did that with Super Metroid X Fusion from last year, and I thought, outside of some weird quirks with that game, it was a fun time from start to finish. I wonder if it's gotten a patch. I haven't looked into it since I've beaten the game, so I don't know if they fixed some of the complaints I had. I know they were supposed to be revamping some more of the difficulty and other aspects of it, but I haven't looked in since like September, October, or something like that. I do hear something up here, so let me see if I can look up, because it sounds like the Cheeto book. This is where the owl's supposed to be after a certain point in the story. So, I guess the book is going to mimic the owl, if I had to bet. Trying to see if I missed anything else here so far, because I feel like I should have found something, at least like either a molehill I can actually learn to move from, or this quote-unquote pizza box that can lead to Kokiri Forest. I haven't seen any of that yet. I'll at least get some of the notes while I'm here. Let me just check in really quick again on the hints, just to see if I misread something, because I do that a lot. I haven't found the other shock pad, if they're both hidden, but I think I did, technically. Follow the pizza boxes to find an old friend. That's the one I need to figure out. Wait a minute. The ancient tree is the key to the door. Okay, that's how to leave. Because I believe you do need the egg spinning move to even do anything with webbing. You can't, yeah, you can't hit with your beak. Or your fist, because remember, Banjo can actually punch in this game, because he doesn't do that in Tooie. Because the move is so useless, they just replaced it. Oh, this is a ground pound spot, so when I have ground pound, I can actually get in the rooftop. Because there's no way to sequence break that. At least to my knowledge, there's no way. Wait a minute. I think I might have figured out what they want you to do. Of course, there's always a secret behind the waterfall. I guess in this case, above the waterfall. Because that looks like a cave. No better draw distance in Recomp, so I still have the N64 limitation of draw distance to worry about here. Because keep in mind, I did up certain things here, like a resolution and the anti-aliasing, but that doesn't do anything with draw distance. That's just like the jagged edges of characters. Oh, hi, sir? Just change Bond from GoldenEye, you know, don't mind him. Can you even grab that right now? I think I need the shock pad, which obviously I don't have the move for yet, so that's another thing I do later. I think that's a good sign, if anything, to look at Nostalgia 64 for the little bit of time we have left on the stream. I definitely want to play more of this. If people are interested, I'll probably end up like playing the whole thing at some point on a stream. But I think that's good enough for now for my sampling. Because this is a very ambitious ROM hack, essentially recreating all the story beats and areas of Ocarina of Time in Banjo-Kazooie. It made a huge splash when it first made the rounds back in 2020. So I've seen a good amount of people play it. I just don't remember anything about those playthroughs. So let's look at the other one. This came out more recently. I believe this was from last year. Banjo-Kazooie Nostalgia 64. And this is the version, obviously, that works inside of the recompiled port, made by Wise Guy. And again, another Kuro mod, so name may look familiar. Okay, that's not the first thing I expected to see as soon as I jumped into a new game. Greetings of Federated Bear and Bird. Oh, great. Make me feel old, huh? Nice to meet you, Mr. Ford. I'm not a car. This is the universe inside the N64. Since 1996, it has remained in balance and harmony. But in recent times, this land has become corrupted and unstable, and you're the ones destined to save it. Well, like we were the only ones available. Where do we start, Mr. Ford? Again, not a car. Begin with the flight pad in front of you. Best of luck, oh lauded heroes. Okay, I just love how he's like moving with me. This is also a song from Donkey Kong 64. This was Fungi Forest Night? Because there's a different song for Day and Night, and this sounds like Fungi Forest Night. Behold, Banjo-Kazooie Nostalgia 64. Get in or get out. I think we fly into the cartridge, correct? Yeah. And now we're into the actual system. This is cool. You can even see the actual like, guts of the N64. We got the RCP NUS chip here. I don't know what this chip exactly does. I don't know the N64 guts. That's RD-RAM on the right, CPU on the left, and each area looks like a world too. This is known as 64 Square. Here, you can find Super Mario 64 and Yoshi's Story. Jump in front of the cartridges with ZA to enter. But what's this? He didn't mention a glowing N64 door. Falco? So, Kazooie, are you doing anything later? In your dreams, chicken legs. I must need a key for this, because I'm hearing a sound activating when I get near it, but nothing's happening. So that sounds like the Star Fox 64 world, based on the Falco flirting dialogue. That was something. Alright, where is this going? That's Yoshi's story. I think it should be thematical. If we're going to look at any world in this, we should go to the Mario 64 one, because we played the decomp earlier. So let's go over to that. There it is, Mario 64. You don't even need the ZA jump, you can just jump. Ooh, this is cool. So we get 3 courses to pick. Bomb on Battlefield, Womp's Fortress, and Jolly Roger Bay. Now I need to do the backflip. Because I gotta jump on the painting. Guess I gotta learn all my moves. Alright, I'm curious. I'm a no. Yeah, thanks. I gotta figure that out. I am curious. Does this ROM hack support note saving, like, by default? I have no idea, so we're gonna check it out. Alright, I'm not even gonna quit the game this time. I'm just gonna do it from the game itself. What happens if I fall? Like, can I reach the N64 from here? Yeah, we can still reach it. I did see something on top of the cartridge. Alright, so I still have 5 notes. So I think it is saving? Did I just reset the... I think I'll just reset the whole program just to be safe, to make sure it actually applied. Because it's still set. Yeah, note saving off. It's the fastest we can fly, by the way. Until we get more moves. Which I imagine we'll probably get those moves a couple worlds in, if I had to bet. So, not really gonna get anything extra outside, like maybe one thing tonight. Alright, let's go back to Mario 64. And same course, Bomb on Battlefield. And the notes are back. This note-saving option alone is gonna really help a lot of ROM hacks, because that is making a very big difference here. Yep, now they're gone. Perfect. So, yeah, I'm loving that option, just existing at this point. That's such like a minor thing, but it fixes so much about Banjo-Kazooie. It is ridiculous. What's that? Oh, Jinjo. Okay. You freaks are lost again? Oh well. At least we'll get a Jiggy if we find all of them. Loving the humor. Can't go any higher because of that stupid tentacle in my way. So what's the point of the rope? Also, speaking of what's the point of the coin? I can't do anything with it. Tis a mystery. Blue eggs, did you know that we can destroy whip crackers? That's what those things are officially called? Oh, I hate the name. I hate the name. Oh. Hang on. Need my friend. Oh, that's cursed. That is what in the heck did they do to get these things on the surface? Those bombs are only supposed to be in the water, and them jumping is so cursed. They come after me still? No. Well, Kazooie finds a flight pad. We can help her achieve liftoff. Thanks. Okay, you can just come out right. And the ends are your health. Use these to replenish your energy. I think the honeycombs tasted better. Obviously, this is not Bomb Battlefield 1-to-1. There's a little bit of some creative liberties taken. Okay, ladder. I was gonna say, there's no way I make that jump without maybe Talon Trot to get some speed. That roof over there I see has a ground pound little symbol on it, so we'll come back to that later. This is really nice looking for N64 standards. There's a lot of stuff everywhere here, and it really adds to the charm of the world building. Like, the castle at the end of a level from original Super Mario Brothers, along with the blocks from those games too. The platforms in the background being, you know, Mushroom Hills and all that. It's a really nice looking area. And then just random pipes coming out of the walls or the floor. Ah, that's a thing. Oh, I just got to think. Wait a minute. No wonder why this area here specifically feels familiar. Isn't this based off of the town area from Mario Party 1? Because some of these buildings look like they're from Mario Party 1. That's what I'm thinking, at least. Man, talk about a game I don't want to ever play because I value my control sticks and palms. Don't mind me. Just a bear getting notes. Is there a 100 note star? No, it's Banjo-Kazooie. What do you expect? You just get the 100 notes to feel good. Oh, this is a side scroll all of a sudden. Okay. But I do have the shock pad available already, so I already have some of my moves, which is nice. Actually, not thinking about that. I can ground pound already, so I guess I start with a lot of the moves already in this, if not all of them. Yep, I do have Talon Trot, so I probably have all moves available, if I had to bet. Seems like it. Don't fall. This must be a shortcut back up if I fall, so poop. How do we get to the other section of that castle then? Is it from up on the pole? Let's find out. No, actually, just is more platforming. Okay. And there's our first Jiggy. Oh, someone already killed King Bomb Bomb. I guess we didn't get here in time. Mario beat us here. Man, the camera can really zoom in with the analog camera, because I don't think you can get that close at all with the N64 or even 360 games camera. Found an invincibility cheat? Okay, sure. Oh, that's a faker. You got fake Jiggies in this. He's seen better days. At least he still gives you the star. In this case, a Jiggy. You know what would be really clutch for another option they can put in this menu? Note saving is one thing, but if they can find a way to skip that little that little, like, Jiggy dance every time, that'd be pretty cool. Oh! I was not expecting any of this. The nice Game Boy Link's Awakening over there in the corner. Majora's Mask on the wall. Golden Jiggy members. So these are some of the people that are part of the mods Patreon. So there's a bunch of different names on that wall. And I imagine that's based on when this first came out, not even like with the recomp. This is definitely not a part of the Bomb on Battlefield experience that I'm used to. I have to say, though, because I see the Patreon wall here for something like this. Well, it's not in view now, I guess, because it's unloaded. I'm a little mixed about something like this having a Patreon, just because that puts this stuff on devs' radars, and that's usually how they get cease and desists. There was a news story that, I can't remember if it was this week or last week, that just came out about Cyberpunk 2077. It had a VR mod that just released, but the developer actually put it behind a paywall. So the actual devs of Cyberpunk reached out and told them, hey, we're fine with you having that mod, but could you not make that a paywall? Could you just release it for free? Because that seems a little wrong. Then the modder responded back saying no. It's going to stay a paywall. So then they got a cease and desist. Gee, I wonder why. It's like you're taking someone else's property and profiting from it. Companies don't like that. So the fact that this has a Patreon is a little concerning. If it's for more than just ROM hacking, that's one thing. I can't say exactly what it's for. So I'm not gonna really judge shame on it or anything or pass judgment. Because making this stuff is not easy, and you do deserve to get paid for your work, but at the same time, when you're using other people's IPs, it puts you in a really gray area you don't want to be in. So that's all I'm going to say on that matter. It's just a little concerning. I'll leave it. This is actually kind of reminding me of Only Up 64. So far, this could have been what that's based off of for all I know. Nice, you still take damage trying to get the Jiggy. Ha, this game is even easier than I thought that would be. Alright, let's see you do a 16 Jiggy run then. I'll wait. Old rubbish is what that was called. Nice. Alright, let me get these notes down here. This, I imagine, has to take me to that island. There's no other way I can see getting over there without a flight pad. Yeah, sure enough. It's just a quick warp. Oh, well. Convenient Jiggy just out of the pipe. Alright, that works for me. Now, I don't want to die, so let's do the old-fashioned ground pound trick. It's water. It wouldn't have mattered. Okay, that's good. You see me do that in Rusty Bucket Bay. But anytime I'm ground pounding like that to fall, I'm trying to not die. Because Banjo-Kazooie is extremely punishing on the fall damage. So to get around the fall damage, you want to do a ground pound and then fall. Because when you're in that animation, it doesn't actually damage you. Which is very odd, but it's a nice little exploit. I don't think I can hit that from here, but I want to try it. No, that's too low. So if I want to hit that, I gotta go up. And then hit the whip on the way down with poop. Oh god. Well, my note score is higher than before, sure, but at the same time, I don't have to worry about that because of the note saving option. So, oops, but that's fine. Knew I could make that. Alright, I'm gonna explore a little bit more here. I'm gonna just do a little bit more in Bomb Battlefield. Then I'm gonna jump over to Yoshi's Story. And we'll call it after that. Hi. Oh yeah, the problem I'm gonna have if I die is I still gotta get all the Jinjos again. No matter what version of the game you're playing, that's always a problem. I'm not gonna care for getting all the Jinjos then. I don't wanna... I don't even think I found them all yet, to be fair. I found like 3. So where is this exactly? Where you jump? Look. It's not even at the same area. Well. Okay, get back out the way I came. No, I have to actually go down. Alright. I'm gonna see if I can make this jump. Not even close! You didn't even get the jump part out. Okay, nice. Let's see if I can make this jump. Balls. I have a feeling I probably wouldn't have been able to make it anyways. It looks a little too far. So I was gonna do Talon Trot jump into a Beak Attack. So that gives you a little extra oomph. That bull looks really weird in this. He has no, like, horns at all. That's what's so off. Also, how do you get this Jiggy? I can't ground pound this. It's not going down. How would you get this specific Jiggy? Okay, can you please stop? I'll leave you alone now. Have to find another way to get into that cage. Oh, this is a Mario Party minigame. This is one of the matching games, I think from Mario Party 3. Like this specific area, it looks like from Mario Party 3. Oh, this is the intro song from Mario 64, like when you're on the base screen. Yeah, here we go, the screen. It's a cash register, so this is definitely a Mario Party area. Wanted Bowser. I wonder why. Outside of missing 2 Jinjos and figuring out how the heck to open this cage, I kind of explored most of Bomb Battlefield and done everything here. Just gonna look a little bit more around and then I'm gonna jump over the Yoshi story. I don't know what the full extent of what games are featured in Nostalgia 64, because there's a lot of N64 games they pull from this. Okay, that cutscene looked kind of weird on this map. Thankfully, you only have to see it once. Oh, there we go. This is a warp normally, so I was wondering how I get to this part. This is how. Oh, this is super narrow. Alright, we made it. We're fine, we're fine. Oh, that's how you get the cage, okay. You just have to take an alternate route in. Not that bad. I just don't know where the other Jinjo is, because I think I found one of them? I think I found the green. But I haven't found where the yellow one is yet. Oh, also I can look from here. I could have made the jump. No, there's no way. I would have made it to the rope. And I would have got kicked off. Well, guess I'll take the hill. Hey, Chadmiral, how you doing? I'm only missing 4 notes. Wow, I almost fully cleared out this level. Interesting. Don't know where the other things are, but I think at this point we should move on to Yoshi's story. I've pretty much seen everything in this world, for the most part. I'm pretty content with that, so let's get back over to the hub. Thanks for the note score update. Alright, I'm leaving. Bye. I will say that does look a little goofy, though, when you're doing the course selection when you're playing in widescreen, because that wasn't made for widescreen. But the rest of this is, so. How do I get that? I'll find out in a minute. Because this plays like actual Yoshi's story. So, you have to know how the layering works in that game for how it works here, if that makes sense. Yeah, see? Like, I can walk here on this part of the background, but I can only do that after a certain point. Oh, there's the blue Yoshi. How cute. Doing good? That's good to hear. I'm doing alright myself, thanks for asking. Go in between for this. Now, can I do anything else here? Or is that just with Mumbo? Oh, nope. Clouds. That's what I had a feeling. Like with, you know, we're gonna lead to something else. Can I get that from here? No, I gotta go around. So many Yoshis. Makes sense, this is their game after all. Pink one there, got the green one in the bush. Oh, there's Baby Bowser just kind of beaten up already. Is that just a random orange? Okay. Sure. To be fair, I'm not sure if that's like a reference to the Fruit for Yoshi story or the monkey from actual Banjo-Kazooie. Because I need to collect oranges for a Jiggy there. Oh, nice. I already got the extra honeycomb here. So how do I get in the middle of this part? Let's find out. So I haven't taken the top half yet. Okay, you just go down from here. Then I can go up, I guess? Well, there's my honeycombs. That'll give me an extra hit point. I think, if anything, you may want to start with Yoshi's story before Mario 64, because it seems like this is a better way of getting the honeycombs early. It's a little bit faster. Oh, another honeycomb. Wow, this map is just honeycomb central. Let me see. Yoshi story, 6 of 6. Yeah, you can get a full thing of health here. And that's all that's in Yoshi's story. No notes, no Jiggies. It's a bunch of honeycombs. Interesting. I was expecting at least like a handful of Jiggies at that. But to be fair, it's gonna be more than just one level if I had to imagine. Never mind, it's one level. Okay. That was a little bit shorter than I thought. That's 200 notes. Want to see if I can do anything. What is that? Oh, it's a big Mario holding the 64 in the middle of his hands. Silicon graphics. You look very weird. transparent, 500. Man, you need a lot of notes. So I need to play through all 3 of the worlds in Mario 64. And at least getting 200 notes out of Mario 64 then gives me a new area to go through. So until then, I'm locked to just Mario 64 for my Jiggy note progress. I get it. What's the sign say? Welcome to Steam Player. Get your custom version with your own dialogue, becoming a golden Jiggy member. Okay, this is a shout out for the Patreon thing. As I kind of mentioned before, I'm a little iffy on that. What kind of loser pays for the privilege of getting their own custom version? Kazooie. Yeah, I mean, that I kind of agree with Kazooie on that one, because that's the fast way to a C&D. What the heck? Since 64 is Nintendo 64 home console. Makes sense to me. Stop that! Kazooie! Yeah, you can tell that was Kazooie, because that had her head in it. A Jiggy podium. Use your Jiggies to unlock this door. I imagine I need 64, right? Move pieces. Press down C. Once the door is open, all the pieces are gone forever. You want to use all your pieces, press Z. Does jack all, because we don't have enough. Like I said, you get the pieces back, but I'm not getting my pieces back. Yeah, thank you. Give me them back. Mario doesn't keep my 6 Jiggies. I keep my 6 Jiggies. Oh, I did not do that. It's so sensitive. By doing the punch, it puts me right back on the platform immediately, so that's a little annoying. Alright, well, I think that was a good showcase for the recompiled stuff here for Banjo-Kazooie. In terms of the main game and the 2 ROM hacks that are available for it so far, Jiggy's Time and Nostalgia 64. Again, I might come back and play through both of these ROM hacks at some point in the future, but I think this was good just to sample these tonight and just kind of get a feel of a lot of the different releases that at least happened in January. And that probably wasn't even all of them that showcased tonight. Between Donkey Kong Country Returns' big update, Mario 64 with the Ghost Ship port, and now Banjo Recompiled. Having a lot of content, because we tend to get 3 games right now available in this. So, yeah, that was pretty fun. But let me go ahead at this point. I'm going to swap over the full cam to finish this out. This was a fun stream. Definitely helped me like shake off my rust getting back into streaming, because again, I have not really streamed in over a month, and you can still probably hear that with some of my reflections and some of the things I say, maybe my brain farts, all that. So this was a lot of fun. We'll be back here tomorrow with more Nintendo 64 love, checking out that Transformations and Ocarina of Time ROM hack, just seeing how busted the game is with all 4 of the Majora's Mask transformations. It's gonna be really fun. Look forward to that tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, here on both YouTube and on Twitch. And then Thursday, we're playing some of the Splatoon 3 big update that's dropping later that day. So, it's a pretty packed week, but still kind of a laid-back one, allowing me to ease my way back into streaming. So, I missed this. I'm glad people enjoyed tonight. It was a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the week. But, with that said, that's pretty much all I have for you tonight. Videos were still kind of, as I mentioned before, on pause for Pikmin 2. They should be resuming in February. I'm just not going to put a date on it yet, as I am working on those videos, so I'll let people know when they're ready. And then, if you just want more content, check out the LP Leaks. We're posting stuff basically every week at this point. Lots of different games we've been playing over there in terms of a lot of variety stuff. That's like Phasmophobia, Repo, Lethal Company, a couple other things too, if I say. I think Peak just went up over the weekend, so we're playing a lot of different multiplayer games, and it's been pretty fun. Also has helped us space things out as we're working on like bigger projects too. So check out the LP League channel if you haven't already. Glad to hear you had fun yourself there, Matt. Again, hopefully you feel better soon. Get over your cold here soon enough. Speaking of cold, I gotta prepare for that, because it's cold in this room. Like, it's in the 60s, which is normally not the case here in Florida. So I'm gonna get comfortable for the rest of the night. With that said, that's gonna do it for tonight's stream back. Thank you for watching, I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you back here tomorrow with some Ocarina of Time action. Take care and have a good night, everybody.